Hello, and welcome to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories. I'm your host, Nicki. Tonight, we're stepping into a world of timeless princess tales, where castle towers rise above quiet forest, hidden gardens bloom beneath the moonlight, and warm fires glow softly against the rain beyond the windows. Together, we'll journey through the 5 beloved classics: Cinderella, The Little Mermaid, Rapunzel, Sleeping Beauty, and Beauty and the Beast. So wherever this evening finds you, I hope these stories bring you a little comfort. Settle in, get cozy, listen to the gentle rain outside, and let the stories begin. Hello, dear dreamer. You have done enough today. Let the air soften around you. Let your breath find its own slow rhythm. You are safe here. Nothing is required of you now. In this quiet space, stories remember how to bloom. Tonight's tale is about courage that grows in silence, kindness that refuses to shrink, and love that roots itself deep in the earth until it rises again. So inhale the day and exhale the weight of it. Let your thoughts settle like petals on still water. The world can wait. The night is here to hold you. Now, let us begin. Once, in a sun-drenched house at the edge of a meadow, there lived a family of 3, a mother, a father, and their daughter Ella. Her skin was as bright as the sun after rain, her hair a tumble of golden coils that caught the light and held it. When she laughed, the curtains fluttered as if the house itself leaned closer to listen. Her mother was warmth in motion, the kind of woman who hummed while she worked and made every ordinary hour feel like a blessing. Her father was steady and strong, always ready to lift Ella high enough to see the horizon. In those days, life was simple and good. The mornings smelled of baked bread and honey, the evenings of lavender and stories. The 3 of them moved together like music, a small, perfect circle. From her mother, Ella learned what it meant to be truly kind. Kindness isn't the same as niceness, my darling, her mother would say as she tucked a curl behind Ella's ear. Niceness keeps the peace. Kindness keeps the truth. It takes courage to be kind, real courage. Sometimes you'll need to be kind for people who can't be, and sometimes you'll need to be kind to yourself when no one else remembers how. Ella nodded solemnly, listening with a heart that didn't quite understand how these words would root deep and strong inside her. From her father, Ella learned wonder. "Look there," he would whisper, pointing to the sky. "See that cloud shaped like a dragon? The world is full of small miracles if you just remember to look up." He called her his little light, because when she entered a room, shadows forgot themselves. Together, they filled their days with laughter, fresh bread cooling on the window ledges, the swish of her mother's skirts as she danced between chores. Sometimes at dusk, they would all walk through the garden, their hands brushing the tall grass. "Feel that, love?" her mother would ask. "The earth knows you. It remembers every step. And every step forward means there's something new waiting," her father would add with a wink. It was the kind of happiness that seems endless when you're inside of it, too full of sunlight to believe in night. But the world turns, even on perfect days. Her mother's laughter softened at first, then her strength faded. Doctors came and went like worried birds. The father, once loud with joy, grew quiet, as though afraid laughter might break the fragile air around them. On the last evening, when her mother called Ella to her side, candlelight trembled across her face as she whispered, "My sweet girl, when I'm gone, you must keep the light. Be kind, but never small. The world will try to tell you who to be. Don't let it decide. And when you see someone who's too tired to be brave for them. That's what kindness is." Tears blurred Ella's sight, but she nodded. "You'll have your father and he'll have you," her mother murmured. "Keep each other warm." The candle flickered once, as if agreeing, and then went out. Afterward, the house felt larger. The father tried to fill it with work and noise, but silence has a way of finding the cracks. At night, he sat before the fire, staring into the flames as though waiting for them to speak her name. Ella sat beside him, pretending not to see the tears he wiped away too quickly. They clung to each other, two halves of the same broken circle, believing if they had held on tightly enough, maybe, just maybe, the world would forget to change again. The morning after Ella's mother left this world, the sun still rose, gently, almost shyly, as though afraid to disturb the grief settling over the house. Ella and her father tried to keep the days stitched together with memory and habit. He brewed her tea, though he forgot the honey. She smiled, though her eyes remained swollen with tears. When the ache grew too large, they sat side by side in the quiet, holding hands as if the connection alone might keep them from slipping into the dark. For a time, it worked. Love carried them like a lantern through the first shadowed weeks. But grief changes shape. The father, aching and restless, began taking longer journeys for business. Work kept his mind busy, though it did nothing to soothe his heart. Each time he returned, there was a little more distance in his eyes, a little less Ella could reach. He always brought her something, but she never asked for much. "Bring me the first hazel branch that brushes your coat," she would say. He laughed at the simplicity of it. "Always something from the earth," Ella would answer. "The earth never forgets." And she believed it. One spring evening, he returned with a woman at his side, Madame Alare. Her gown shimmered like frost. Her smile glittered with charm. She pressed a soft kiss to Ella's cheek and called her darling in a voice smooth as butter. Ella tried to welcome her. Perhaps the house could hold new laughter. Perhaps the ache could lighten. Just a little. But even in her kindness, she noticed small things. The way Madame Alare's eyes narrowed when looking at Ella's mother's portrait. The way her hands curled around her father's arm, a bit too tightly. The way she smoothed her dress after touching anything that belonged to Ella. Still, Ella remained open, hopeful, because kindness does not close its door at the first draft of suspicion. Madame Alare's daughters soon followed, two girls who looked at the home as though already measuring where their names should be carved. They giggled too loudly when father was in the room, and rolled their eyes too sharply when he was not. They delighted in admiration and ignored anything that did not serve them. In front of their father, Madame Alare praised Ella endlessly. "She is an angel, my love, so patient, so devoted." When the father stepped away, that sweetness vanished like fog burnt off by the sun. Her tone sharpened, her instructions multiplied, her eyes counted Ella's mistakes. Greed works quietly at first. It tastes the air before it devours the room. Still, Ella persisted in kindness. She made space. She offered help. She tried to believe the best. Her father, exhausted by work and overwhelmed by the illusion of order Madame Alare provided, did not see what Ella saw. He only saw the relief of companionship, a home that seemed steady again. And Ella, loving him fiercely, did not tell him otherwise. The night he packed for his next long trip, He knelt beside Ella, just as he always had. "Be good, little light," he said. "I will," she whispered. "Come home soon." He smiled, but it was the kind of smile that flickers at the edges, already half gone. Ella stood in the doorway as the carriage wheels rolled away. The dust hadn't settled before Madame Alari's voice sharpened behind her. "Well," she said, hands clasped too tightly, "let's keep you busy, shall we?" The house changed that night. Not loudly, not yet, but enough for the walls to notice, enough for the wind through the hazelnut grove to stir uneasily. Ella looked toward her mother's garden and whispered, "I am still here." And the earth, steady and ancient, whispered back, "I know." At first, the changes were so small, Ella almost missed them. Breakfast arrived later and later each morning, until one day she simply wasn't called to the table at all. Instead of honeyed bread and warm tea, she found a single crust left near the door. "Oh, my dear," Madame Alari cooed when Ella hesitated. "I thought you'd prefer something simple. Sweets can spoil a girl." Her smile was soft, so soft it hurt. The chores multiplied next. "What nimble hands you have," the stepmother said sweetly, placing a mountain of laundry in her arms. "What a talent you have for dusting," she chimed, waving a feather brush toward the highest shelves. "What a gift for finding dropped things," she laughed, after her daughters accidentally overturned an inkstand. Every order was draped in sugar, every cruelty delivered with a kiss of civility. And each time Ella answered the same, "I can help." Not because she was weak, but because she believed in the goodness she hoped might still exist. But goodness cannot be forced into a heart that refuses to hold it. The daughters followed their mother's example, smiles in the father's presence, sneers the moment his back turned. "Why do you always go barefoot?" one teased. "Because she's more mouse than girl," the other one giggled. Ella only tucked her feet slightly behind her skirts. Bare toes made her feel the earth, the last soft reminder of home. When the father came home briefly between journeys, Madame Alari played the devoted wife to perfection. She kissed Ella's forehead in front of him. "How she brightens this home," she declared. But the moment he looked away, her hand tightened on Ella's shoulder, nails pricking through the fabric. "You must work harder, love," she whispered. "Your father worries when he sees you idle." A lie in the shape of love. Ella swallowed it to protect him, knowing he was too fragile to see the whole truth. The house itself began to feel different, colder, as if all the windows had slowly crept shut. Ella scrubbed, polished, mended, fetched, the task growing heavier by the day. Her hands cracked, her back ached. Still, she hummed her mother's lullaby under her breath, threading hope into every stitch and sweep. Kindness can be a shield, but even shields need rest. Then came the night that changed everything. The father arrived home late, lantern guttering in the wind, looking thinner, haunted. Ella threw her arms around him. His hand shook when he held her. "Oh, it's only exhaustion," Madame Alari said smoothly, guiding him away. "He works so hard for us." But Ella saw the truth in the way he leaned against her. Grief had taken more of him than he had left to give. He kissed Ella's temple, a soft, fleeting touch, and whispered, "Be good, little light." She wanted to say, "Stay," but the words choked in her throat. At dawn, his carriage pulled away again, this time slower, as though its wheels resisted the journey. Ella stood watching until the road swallowed him whole. The stepmother joined her at the door, hands folded in mock prayer. "We must trust the Lord," she sighed. "Some burdens are lighter without witnesses." Ella wasn't sure what that meant, but she didn't like how it sounded. Days stretched. No letters came. No messenger. The silence tasted like fear. Ella prayed beneath the hazelnut tree each morning, pressing her palm to its trunk as if it were a heartbeat. Then one night, the house shuddered with the return of the wheels on the gravel. Ella ran to the door, hope rising like a flood. But the coachman stepped down alone. His lantern swung low. His hat was pressed to his chest. His eyes refused to rise. "There was a fall on the mountain road," he said quietly. "He did not suffer." The words trembled between them, final and without a future attached. "He asked me to bring this to you." From beneath his cloak he drew a single hazel branch, wet with the rain, cool with the night air, still smelling of the forest. The world went silent. Even the crickets held their breath. "He remembered," Ella said, voice breaking like thin glass. The coachman nodded once, unable to speak over his own grief. Ella walked to the garden, the earth soft with evening dew under her bare feet. She planted the branch beside her mother's grave and pressed the soil closed with careful hands. Tears fell silently, watering the place where love had been rooted twice. She leaned her forehead to the dark ground and whispered, "I'm still here, Mama. I'm still kind. I'm still brave. For both of you." In the morning light, a tree stood where the branch had been, tall and green and impossibly alive. The hazelnut leaves shimmered on the dawn, as though brushed by hands she could no longer hold. Ella touched the bark and felt her father's warmth, the kind that stays even when breath is gone. For the first time since the world had tilted, Ella smiled through her tears, not because she wasn't hurting, but because she understood something important. Even when love leaves, it leaves roots. The first week after her father's passing, the house held its breath. Madame Alari's smiles stayed syrup-sweet. Her daughters curtsied prettily, and the servants scrambled to earn each crumb of approval. But by the second week, the mass began to slip. Ella's breakfast grew smaller, her chores stretched from dawn to moonrise, and the stepmother's voice sharpened like a knife sheathed in prayer. "You have such a talent for cleanliness," she would say with manufactured delight. "It would be selfish not to share it with the whole house." Soon, the girl who once woke to the scent of honey and warm bread now woke to orders. Polish the silver, scrub the floors, mend the gowns that others would wear. Ella obeyed, not from fear, not from defeat, but because work steadied her heart when sorrow threatened to unspool it. Every sweep of the broom, every bucket drawn from the well, became a vow. I am still here. When the day grew too heavy to carry inside her chest, she slipped out to the garden, to the place where the two worlds met. There, beside her mother's grave, stood the hazelnut tree, tall now, green, alive. It had grown overnight from the last branch her father ever touched, the gift he sent in the coachman shaking hands instead of returning himself. Her mother beneath its roots, her father within its leaves. Everything she loved gathered here. Ella rested her cheek against its trunk. "They don't see what they're doing," she whispered. "Maybe they're just sad, like Papa was. I'm trying to be kind for all of us, but it's hard." A wind stirred, brushing a leaf against her cheek like a blessing. She smiled through the ache. You always said the earth remembers love, Mama, she murmured. I think it remembers you. That night, she dreamed of her father standing beneath the hazel boughs, dusk light stitched into his coat. My little light, he said, sorrow softening his voice. I thought love alone could keep you safe. It did, Ella whispered in a dream, until it didn't. Then take the rest from me, he told her. Your mother gave you kindness, and I give you courage. She woke with moonlight pooled across her bedroom floor like milk spilled gently by the stars. In her palm lay a single hazelnut, smooth, warm, pulsing with possibility. Days folded into weeks, Madame Alari's piety rotted into cruelty. Her daughter's giggles sharpened into jeers. They mocked Ella's bare feet, her simple songs, her love of the earth. They called her Cinderella, Cinder Girl, a name meant to smear ash across her worth. But she answered softly, not shrinking, not bending, simply refusing to join their ugliness. And each night she returned to the hazel tree. I'm trying, she told the roots. I'm brave for those who can't be, even for them. A leaf fell into her hand, another promise. She tucked it into her pocket, and the world whispered, yes. The house above might have belonged to Madame Alari, but the heartbeat within its walls now belonged to Ella. Because kindness, when fused with courage, does not break. It roots, it grows, and it waits. And sometimes the smallest seed, planted in love, becomes the magic that changes everything. The kingdom awoke to a joy it had nearly forgotten. Messengers thundered down dusty roads, trumpets sounded from market squares, and neighbors called out windows with breathless cheer. The prince has returned. There will be a ball at the palace. Every maiden is welcome. In Madame Alari's manor, the news was treated as prophecy. Her daughters shrieked like startled birds, tripping over silk and vanity as they rushed to prepare themselves for the life they believed fate owed them. Perfume filled the hallways the way laughter once had. Ribbons and jewels were flung across furniture, a storm of taffeta and greed. Ella stitched and pressed and polished until her fingers stung. Not from bitterness, from hope. She didn't long to be a princess. She longed to feel joy again. Music swirling around her like breath, the world briefly remembering how to be kind. When the last hymn was neat and the last curl pinned, the house finally exhaled. Ella wiped her hands on her apron and stepped in her stepmother's room. Courage like a small flame, she refused to hide. Stepmother, may I go to the ball? Madame Alari turned from her mirror with a laugh sharp enough to cut glass. You? A royal celebration is no place for ash and old laundry. I have a dress, Ella said softly. It was my mother's. She lifted the gown from the cedar chest, dawn blue silk, tiny seed pearls glimmering like morning dew. It breathed safety, lavender, love. For a heartbeat, the room stilled. Then jealousy twisted Madame Alari's mouth into something wolfish. She seized the dress. Silk tore like heartbreak, pearls scattered like stars pushed from the sky. That was, Ella gasped. Mine, the stepmother hissed. The house, the gowns, even you. You exist by fortune of my charity. Never forget it. Ella knelt, gathering falling pearls with shaking hands. But she did not bow her head. One day, she whispered, what was taken will find its way home. The stepmother scoffed and turned away. A coward's retreat. That night, the house shone with false brilliance. The The sisters descended the stairs, dripping in jewels, smelling of roses and desperation. At the door, Madame Alari smirked over her shoulder. "Goodbye, Cinderella." The ash on Ella's skirt made the name a cage. "Mind the fire," one sister giggled. "And try not to dream above your station," the other sang. Carriage wheels roared. Hooves spit dust. Laughter faded. Silence expanded, dark and thick. Ella stood alone on the steps, still but unbroken. Her body sagged only for a moment. Her spirit did not. "You may take what I can touch," she whispered to the night, "but never what I am." The stars heard. So did the earth beneath her feet. Drawn by love older than sorrow, she walked barefoot through the quiet garden until she reached the hazelnut tree, the one she planted with her father's final gift. She pressed palms against the tree's bark. "I tried to be kind," she breathed, "but they twist kindness into weakness." The branches answered with a sound like breathing. "How do I stay good?" Her voice cracked. "And still survive?" Light began to gather, not blinding, but familiar. A figure stepped from the glow, moonlit and steady. My little light. Ella's heart knew him before her eyes did. "Papa?" A tear slipped down her cheek. "You came back." Her father smiled, sorrow and love entwined. "I thought love alone would protect you, but love without courage," he touched her chin gently, "is only half alive." She swallowed, standing taller. "Then teach me the other half." He looked at her the way dawn looks at the horizon, certain of her rise. "There is a truth you must hold close," he said. And for the first time he used her true name, the one her mother spoke into her newborn skin. "Ella." The air stilled. "All wonders borrowed from the world must return to it," he said. "They are a bridge, not a prison. Your magic will end at midnight. When the bell tolls 12, trust your own feet to carry you home." Ella nodded. "I promise." His smile softened with pride. "You already have everything you need." The hazelnut leaves shivered, releasing a soft rain of petals. They drifted around Ella, weaving themselves into a gown, blue as first morning, and when she moved, gold shimmered through it like sunlight breaking over earth. The shoes that formed at her feet were clear as courage, not fragile, but forged of truth. Ella's breath trembled. "It's beautiful." "It reflects you," her father said. "Kindness from your mother, courage from me. Together, complete." Tiny footsteps scurried across from the shadows. Her faithful mice, friends in loneliness, stood bright-eyed beneath the moon. Magic unfurled through them, reshaping fur into velvet vests and clever hands. "We'll see you there," they chimed, bowing with pride. From the soft glow of the roots and the soil rose a carriage, living silverwood, with its wheels bright as twin moons rolling over the night. Her father's voice grew fainter, wrapped in wind and memory. "Ella," he reached to brush her cheek one last time. "Choose yourself, always, and choose love only when it honors who you are." She climbed into the carriage, not meekly, not timid, but like someone stepping into her rightful life. Hooves struck the earth, lanterns flared, the world rushed forward. Ahead, the palace gleamed like a promise finally ready to be kept. Ella leaned forward toward the night, heart thrumming like wings. "I'm coming," she murmured, "not to be chosen, to remember who I am." The first note of the waltz rose into the air, and Ella arrived just in time. The palace soared towards the sky like a dream carved in stone. Candlelight spilled through crystal windows, and music rolled over the courtyard like warm wind. Every lantern glowed brighter, as though trying to be the first to welcome her. The silver carriage slowed. The coachmen, once tiny field mice, hopped down in velvet coats and shining shoes. One bowed deeply. "We'll be close, my lady." Ella smiled, heart fluttering like a secret bird ready for its first flight. Her shoes, clear as courage, touched the marble step. The grand doors opened as if the palace itself had been waiting. Inside, chandeliers glittered above a sea of silk and jewels. Laughter shimmered like glass, pretty but fragile. The music, all brass and ribbon, tried to mask how desperately everyone wished to be noticed. Ella stepped into the ballroom. Every conversation faltered. Every head turned. Not because she glittered more than the rest, but because she glowed. There was something familiar in her, like the memory of joy you didn't realize you'd lost. Across the room, the prince stood beneath the largest chandelier. He looked tired beneath his crown. A young man praised so long he had forgotten what his own laughter sounded like. But when his eyes found Ella, something inside him unlocked. The music softened to a hush. He walked through the crowd as though in a dream. "May I?" he asked, offering his hand. Ella placed hers in his. Gentle, steady. They began to dance, a waltz that felt older than the palace itself. Around them, the world blurred into candlelight. The prince smiled, not the practiced smile of duty, but a real one. "You're not dazzled by any of this?" he said quietly. Ella's laugh was soft as morning rain. "Candles burn out, but the earth remembers how to bloom." The prince breathed as though her honesty startled him. Most spoke to him as if he were already the answer to their dreams. She spoke to him as though he were a person, worthy of question, not worship. "You move like you belong here," he said. "I move like I belong anywhere," she replied, and he realized he envied her for that. For a time, a blissful, impossible time, they danced without needing any words at all. But nothing magical remains unnoticed. And at the edges of the room, Madame Alari's daughters froze, faces drained of color, painted smiles trembling. "That girl," one hissed. "She's ruining everything." Madame Alari stared, eyes narrowing into something sharp and dangerous. "No," she whispered. "She cannot rise. If she rises, we fall." Hatred, like hunger, gnawed. Yet Ella did not see them. She was present only with the prince and with herself, her truth shining through her skin. But then, a faint sound reached her ears. Tick. High above the ballroom floor, the grand clock stirred, each gear turning like a warning. Tuck. Ella's heart lurched. Her father's voice felt like a hand catching hers. All magic born of the earth must return to it. When the bell tolls 12, trust your own feet to carry you home. "Is something wrong?" the prince asked. Ella swallowed, steadying her breath. "It's almost midnight. You're leaving?" There was hurt in his voice, gentle, genuine. She stepped back, a small, sad smile blooming. "Because no gift is meant to trap us, not even wonder." "But, Your Highness," she whispered, "I'll return with the sunrise of truth. Then we will see if you still look at me like this." Before he could answer, she curtsied, a bow that felt like a vow, and she slipped into the night. The ballroom exhaled disappointment and awe. Ella ran down the steps as the first bell struck. Dong. Her gown flickered, dawn blue struggling against returning shadow. Dong. Her feet flew, one shoe clattered against the marble, sliding away. She did not stop. Borrowed magic belonged to the earth, and she would not be greedy. Dong. Her carriage waited at the gate, glowing like a memory of hope. She leapt inside. The coachman snapped the reins, hooves pounded, wheels turned. Dong. 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 Each strike made the gown dim a little more, until it was simple again. Courage stayed, silk did not. Dong. 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 Her breath trembled, but she smiled. She had danced. She had chosen herself. She had shown the world what it forgot. Kindness can lead. Bravery can love. Dong. Just before the last strike, she whispered to the stars, "I will always find my way home." Dong. 12. Silence rushed in. Night folded itself over her, familiar, real. The silver carriage slowed before Madame Alari's manor. The coachman, mice once more, nuzzled her ankles, faithful to the end. She knelt. "Thank you," she whispered, and they scurried into the grass, free, unbound. Ella stood alone again, bare feet on the earth, ash on hands, but now gold in her heart. Above her, the hazelnut tree shimmered, leaves whispering like applause. She straightened her spine, breathing deep. Tomorrow, the world would come knocking, and she would open the door as Ella. Morning arrived quietly, as though the world were waking from a long-held breath. Soft gold crept into the sky, brushing the thin veil of mist that clung to the ground. Everything felt expectant, hushed, on the edge of something long overdue. Down the winding road came the royal procession, 13 riders in clean, even lines, banners fluttering like bright wings in the morning air. And at their center rolled the prince's carriage. Resting upon a cushion beside him glimmered a small glass slipper, a fragile vessel holding the memory of one luminous night. Word traveled quickly. "The prince is searching," the villagers whispered. "He seeks the girl who danced beneath the chandeliers." Women straightened their skirts and tied their ribbons, smoothing fabrics with hopeful hands. Excitement moved from window to window like candlelight. When the procession reached Madame Alari's manor, the footman stepped down and struck the door with 3 firm knocks. "By order of His Highness," he called, "every woman in this household must present herself." Madame Alari nearly tumbled into the doorway in her eagerness. "Oh, yes, please, come in." Inside, her daughters burst into chaotic preparation. Perfume, powder, ribbons, flustered breath. At last, painted and perfumed within an inch of collapse, they stood ready. In the sitting room, the glass slipper waited on its velvet cushion. The sunlight scattered tiny rainbows across the room around it. The first daughter stepped forward, eyes half closed, and forced delicacy. She pushed her foot into the slipper with graceless determination, twisting and contorting, but the slipper did not move. "It's the wrong shoe," she cried. "There must be another." "There is only one," the footman replied gently. The second daughter seized the slipper next. She shoved, grunted, strained. But truth does not bend to ambition. The slipper remained firm. The prince watched in silence. His gaze drifted, taking in the corners of the room, the walls, the windows, the feel of the house itself. Something tugged at his attention. He crossed the room to a tall window overlooking the grounds. Outside, the morning dew shimmered like silver lace, and across it ran a trail of barefoot footprints, small, sure steps leading toward the hazelnut grove. "This land is quiet," he murmured. "Too quiet." He turned back. "Who walked these grounds before dawn?" "A servant," Madame Alari cried. "A girl of no consequence, dirty, simple, unworthy." Her words spilled out much too quickly, betraying her fear. "Bring her," the prince said. Silence stretched. Footsteps vanished down the hall. A door opened. Then soft, steady steps returned. Ella entered the room. Her gray dress brushed her ankles. Her hair was pulled back with a ribbon worn thin from years of work. Ash still dusted her hands from the morning hearth. But her eyes, steady, warm, unashamed, shone with the same quiet glow the prince had followed across the ballroom floor. The room stilled. "It was you," he whispered. Madame Alari surged forward. "She is nothing, a liar. Enough!" The words silenced the house. The prince stepped toward Ella with quiet purpose. "May I see your foot?" Ella nodded. She slipped off her wooden shoe, placing her bare foot gently on the rug. The glass slipper shimmered as the footman lifted it. Ella guided her foot toward it, calm and sure. The slipper accepted her immediately. It slid into place as though it had been waiting for her. A hushed gasp swept the room, not from magic, but from recognition. The prince lowered himself to one knee, not to worship her, but to meet her truth where it stood. Ella turned toward Madame Alari. No hatred in her expression, only clarity, quiet, and unshakable grit. "This house," she said softly, "this land, this estate, they belong to my mother." The servants at the back of the room stirred. Some had loved her mother, Lady Alara. Some had been dismissed when grief blinded Ella's father. All remembered. "My mother planted the orchards," Ella continued. "She tended the hazelnut grove. She walked these halls with gentle hands. My father promised it would pass to me." Madame Alari sputtered. "She remembers nothing." But Ella's voice held firm. "I remember the crest, scraped from above the door. I remember servants dismissed one by one, papers signed while my father grieved, everything locked away, even me." The prince turned to his captain. "Summon the king's auditors. Bring every deed, every ledger." Time stretched thin as thread. Then the front door opened and a royal messenger entered, dust on his cloak, scroll in his hand. Before he spoke, something shifted inside of Ella. As the room waited for the verdict, a quiet stirring rose within her. Her true name, the one her mother had whispered into her newborn skin. Ella. The world had called her Cinderella, a cinder girl, a name of ash and smallness, but Ella was the name tied to roots and lineage and love. She had not heard anyone speak it in years, and now she felt it returning to her, rising like a soft flame through her chest. The messenger unrolled the scroll. "The records have been examined," he said. "The estate belonged to Lady Alara of Hazelnut Grove. Upon her death, it passes to her daughter, Ella." Her true name filled the room like sunlight breaking through shutters. Madame Alari sank into a chair, undone. "Then, by order of the crown," the prince declared, "this estate and all its lands are restored to Ella, rightful heir to the Lady Alara, effective immediately." A longtime servant stepped forward, an older woman with hands worn by decades of loyalty. In her trembling palms lay a heavy ring of keys. "My lady," she whispered, "these are yours." Ella accepted the keys, and the house seemed to exhale, relieved to be held again by the rightful hands. She looked down at them, her fingers curling around the cool metal. Not with greed, with recognition. She had not fought with shouting or rage. She had waited, with the patience only the brave can bear. waited in kindness, in silence, in steadiness, until the moment came when truth would rise. For sometimes bravery must bare its arms patiently in kindness until the moment it must fight with all its might. And when that moment arrived, Ella stepped into it so quietly, so precisely, that the darkness which had tried to swallow her whole never saw her coming. The prince looked at her with reverence born of understanding, a man seeing the true shape of courage. He opened his mouth, perhaps to speak, but Ella spoke first. "I choose myself," she said. The words landed with the weight of foundations being set in stone. Then a soft laugh rose in her, bright, warm, free. Then with gentle strength, she added, "I choose you." The prince stilled, not in surprise but in gratitude, deep and sincere. Together they stepped out into the dawn. Light embraced the hazelnut grove, the house, and the truth that had finally come home. And in the branches above them, the leaves rustled softly, as if stirred by two familiar spirits, a mother and a father watching from the far edge of another world, whispering, "Now it is right." The kingdom did not change all at once. No great shift ever does. But it began the very next morning. Ella stood beside the prince, not behind him, as he announced what the glass slipper had truly revealed. Not beauty, not nobility, not a perfect bow or practiced charm, but character. This was the new measure of greatness. When Ella wore the crown for the first time, she felt its weight, not as a burden, but as a responsibility she had already lived. She walked the palace halls with bare feet at first, grounding herself in stone and memory. She planted climbing roses outside the ballroom windows because beauty, she believed, should remind people to look outward too. And she asked only one thing of her rule: let us make every person in this kingdom feel as though they belong here. Her ideas startled the nobles. Her compassion unsettled the proud. Her voice lifted spirits that had forgotten how to rise. Ella built schools and farming villages so children with dirt beneath their fingernails could grow into thinkers and dreamers. She opened the palace gates every fortnight, not for balls, but for gatherings where farmers debated dukes and seamstresses sang beside scholars. She created a new post in the royal council, the listener, a seat reserved for the one the people chose, a reminder that leadership begins with ears, not with crowns. Sometimes she traveled the countryside herself, not in royal procession, but in a simple gown, a hooded cloak, her husband beside her without his jewels, learning the kingdom by touch and truth. Children flocked to her, their hands small but their wonder boundless. She knelt to them, always eye to eye. "You are the future," she'd say, "and the future belongs to the brave." The hazelnut tree grew wide and strong beside the manor. Ella made it a sanctuary, a place where the weary came to rest and leave lighter than they arrived. No statue of her mother was built. It wasn't needed. Every blossom was a monument. Often, when dusk painted the sky in rose and gold, Ella and the prince walked arm in arm. Through the garden, she was restored. He had found not a queen to possess, but a partner to become his better self beside. One evening, fireflies tangled with lantern light, and a gentle wind stirred the hazelnut branches. Ella paused beneath them, heart lifting. "I hope they see," she whispered. The prince smiled. "They always do." Somewhere beyond sight, a mother's warmth and a father's pride moved through the leaves like song. And for a moment, every candle in the garden flickered as though bowing to the girl who had turned ash into dawn. Ella looked out into the world, at the people who were learning, slowly and surely, to be kind and to be brave. She knew the work would never be finished. She also knew that was the beautiful part. "Let us keep going," she murmured. The prince kissed her knuckles, a vow in every touch. Always. Above them, the stars gathered like witnesses, roots held strong beneath the earth, and courage, the kind that blooms, kept growing. The end. And the beginning of a better world. This is a story of light and shadow, of blessings spoken in soft voices, and of a life held safely in the quiet arms of time. It's a story of angels who watch and remember, of wounds that ache beneath pride, and of a heart that learns, slowly, tenderly, how to awaken to its own strength. Tonight, we walk through stillness and mercy, through seasons of silence and gentle becoming, through a castle where time rests, and a soul that chooses, at last, to rise with compassion. Inhale the day, exhale its weight. You are safe here. Let us begin. There was once a kingdom that lived in the gentle hush between river and hill, a place where mornings arrive slowly, the way light settles across stone, and evenings close like a pair of folded hands in prayer. The people there were not extraordinary by legend or decree, but by the simple way they lived. Doors left open to neighbors, bread shared across tables, bells rising through the air like warmth breath on winter glass. At the heart of that kingdom stood a castle of pale stone, its walls softened by time and climbing ivy. It was not the grandest place in the world, yet it held a quiet dignity, like a life that had been lived honestly, without the need to boast. Within those walls lived a king and a queen, who, despite the burdens of rule and the weight of expectation, loved one another with an intimacy that felt tender, human, and deeply true. Their love was not the kind sung about in taverns or etched into stained glass. It was quieter than that. It lived in the way the king rested his hand at the small of the queen's back when they walked beneath the courtyard trees. It glowed in the way she leaned her head onto his shoulder at dusk, when the world felt fragile and unfinished. It lingered in shared laughter during evenings beside the hearth, where their voices softened into whispers as the fire lowered to embers. They had everything a kingdom claimed to need: structure, counsel, loyal households, the rhythm of harvest and ceremony. And yet, beneath the fullness of their life, a longing threaded through the years like a prayer whispered into the folds of a cloak. They had no child, and the ache of that absence lived not only in the quiet of their chambers, but in the deepest chambers of their hearts. Some nights, the world around them slept, and the queen would sit by the narrow window in her room, the sky spread wide and dark above the towers. She would close her eyes and breathe softly, as if the night itself were listening. And in that space, somewhere between grief and hope, she would ask for mercy, for the chance to hold new life, for the chance to love in a way that continued beyond herself. The king, though he rarely spoke of it, carried his longing in a different manner, tucked beneath duty, hidden beneath the edges of pride. But in the early hours, before dawn fully woke the world, he would sit beside his wife and lace his fingers through hers. No declarations, no promises. Just presence. Just quiet companionship, shaped by the ache they both understood. Seasons turned, years softened into one another, and still life went on. not unkind, but unfinished. Then, one spring morning, when the world was just beginning to bloom again, when the air smelled faintly of earth and rain and something new, everything changed. The queen felt it first, a subtle stirring, a deep warmth, a stillness inside her that felt like a chord being struck softly in a great cathedral. She pressed a hand to her chest, and tears came before understanding could form. Later, when the healers placed their hands against her and smiled with eyes that glistened, the truth blossomed like light breaking across a darkened room. They were to have a child. For days, the castle glowed in a way that could not be named. The kitchen smelled of honey and spice. Musicians tuned instruments in the courtyard just to hear sound moving through the air. The queen walked the corridors with one hand resting over her heart, as though already cradling a life she could scarcely believe was real. The king became softer, quieter, not loudly joyful, but reverent, as though some great mercy had stepped into their lives and asked to be protected. To the people of the kingdom, it was as if the very sky had exhaled. They placed candles in their windows at night, small flames shimmering like whispered gratitude. They gathered in the chapel with bowed heads and open palms, not out of obligation, but devotion. And when the child finally arrived, on a night when the air was cool and the stars hung low, trembling with clarity, the world felt newly formed. A daughter, tiny, luminous, warm against her mother's skin. The queen pressed her cheek against the soft crown of her child's head, and the king, unable to speak for a long while, rested one trembling hand over them both. In that moment, it did not feel like triumph. It felt like grace, a quiet miracle, a gift given gently, as if entrusted, rather than owned. The castle breathed differently after that. Footsteps softened in the corridors, voices lowered in tenderness, and whenever the queen carried her daughter through the light-filled halls, people paused, not because the child was a symbol of power, but because she felt like hope embodied in a single, fragile heartbeat. Outside, the bells tolled through the morning air, slow, warm, resonant, and the sound traveled across fields and hillsides, through the narrow streets of the town, across bridges and river banks, as though the whole kingdom were being wrapped, for a brief moment, in light. And for a little while, before the shadows ever thought to gather, before grief ever learned its way to their door, the world felt whole. The day of the child's baptism arrived beneath a sky that felt larger than it had ever seemed before. A sky washed in pale gold, the clouds drifting like slow-moving ships across a quiet sea of light. Morning bells carried through the town and over the hills, their sound traveling farther than anyone could remember, as though even the air were listening. The chapel stood at the edge of the courtyard, its stone walls worn smooth by centuries of prayer and grief and gratitude. Ivy traced the arches. Candles waited in tall iron stands. The doors were opened wide, as if to welcome not only the people of the kingdom, but every unseen thing that might choose to enter. Inside, the space breathed with warm sunlight, slipping through colored glass and spilled across the floor in ribbons of rose and blue. Incense drifted slowly upward, curling towards the vaulted ceiling like a quiet offering. The congregation gathered in stillness, hearts soft, hands woven together in hope. The queen carried her daughter in her arms, wrapped in linen as pale as a winter morning. The child rested against her chest, breathing softly, her tiny fingers curled into the fabric at the edge of her mother's sleeve. The king walked beside them, steady, reverent, his expression lit by a humility that felt almost luminous. As they stepped toward the front, a hush moved through the chapel. Not silence, but recognition. The air shifted. The room deepened. Something unseen seemed to listen from every corner. And then it happened. The light in the chapel changed. It didn't grow brighter in the way of torches being lit or windows thrown open. It expanded, becoming layered and alive, like the air itself had learned how to glow. A soft radiance unfurled from the high arches, washing across the stone, settling over the people, gathering gently around the child. Those present would speak of it for years, though none could ever fully describe it. Some would say they felt a warmth in their bones, like a hand being placed over their heart. Others would recall the faint sound of wings, not fluttering, not frantic, but measured and resolute, like the movement of something that understood both battle and love. They did not appear as fragile cherubs from painted ceilings or gilded books. They arrived as guardians, tall, radiant, edged with a strength that felt older than language. Their presence filled the space the way a tide fills a shoreline, not violent, but inevitable. Each one carried a sense of history, of purpose, of vows made long ago and never broken. Light ringed their forms like armor. Their expressions were neither stern or sweet, but deeply aware. Eyes that had witnessed sorrow, beauty, ruin, and renewal, and still chose loyalty. The congregation bowed their heads without being asked, not out of fear, out of reverence. The first of the angels stepped forward, and the air trembled like a string being plucked in the heart of the world. She looked upon the child with a gaze both fierce and tender, as though she could already see every road the girl would walk one day. When she spoke, her voice did not echo. It settled, sinking into the stone, the wood, the breath of those who listened. For this child, the angel murmured, voice warm as burning amber, I grant the gift of discernment, the courage to know the difference between what glitters and what is true, between comfort and calling, between fear and wisdom. May she walk through the world with eyes that do not turn away. A hush followed. Not applause, not reaction, just awe. Another guardian approached, calm, steady, carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had walked through devastation and returned with tenderness still intact. For this child, she murmured, her voice low, warm tone that seemed to rest against the ribs, I give endurance of spirit, the strength to remain whole when the world fractures around her, when days turn heavy and grief finds her doorstep. May she remember that even the smallest ember still carries heat and can light the way forward. A soft rustle of breath swept through the room. Then came one whose presence felt like a wind across a field, not forceful, but alive, full of movement and possibility. To her, I grant curiosity without fear, he offered gently. May she never shrink from learning the shape of the world, its shadows and its wonders alike. Let questions be her companions, not her enemies. Let her seek truth, not to dominate it, but to understand. Another angel followed, her light woven with something bittersweet, like the last glow of evening before night settles in. For this child, she whispered. I offer the gift of grief that ripens into compassion. Let sorrow never harden her heart into stone. Let loss deepen her, widening the chambers of her tenderness, so she may hold others gently when they are breaking. Then came one radiant and solemn, a warrior tempered by mercy. I place within her the courage to name what is wrong, he declared softly. The courage to stand where it is easier to kneel. The courage to remain kind without becoming silent. May she learn that love is not the absence of boundary, but presence of truth. The child stirred faintly in her mother's arms, as if some part of her soul were listening. From the far side of the chapel, another angel emerged, luminous and contemplative, the edges of her form rippling like light reflected across water. For this child, she breathed, I grant inner guidance, a lantern lit within. There will be days when voices clamor and paths divide, when certainty dissolves like mist. In those moments, may she find the quiet inside herself and trust it. The queen closed her eyes, tears slipping freely now. A guardian of towering presence stepped forward next, his radiance softened by warmth, his expression filled with patient understanding. I offer steadfastness and love, he said gently. The ability to remain faithful to goodness when admiration fades, when admiration is replaced by pressure, when loyalty costs something dear. Let her recognize the difference between devotion and obedience, and choose wisely. Then another, bright, almost playful in her fierceness, as if joy itself had learned discipline. For this child, she murmured, I bestow the gift of joy that does not depend on circumstance, the kind of joy that lives quietly in the bones, that hums beneath ordinary days, that returns again and again, even after disappointment. Let it be her refuge. Let it be her strength. The light in the chapel deepened, layered, shimmering, alive. One more guardian stepped forward, angular, resolute, carrying the weight of history in the set of her shoulders. I grant her the grace to forgive, she said, the words shaped with care. Not quickly, not cheaply, but honestly. When the heart has done its reckoning, may forgiveness become, for her, not a surrender to harm, but a release into freedom. And finally, from the very center of the gathered radiance, a last angel approached. Her presence was neither brightest nor grandest, but it felt the most ancient, as though she stood at the seam between creation and memory. For this child, she whispered, voice barely more than a breath, I give the blessing of becoming. Let her know all her life that she's not finished, that she may change, deepen, unravel, mend, and begin again. May she never confuse stillness with failure, or transformation with loss. The gifts hovered in the space around the child, not visible, not spoken of again, but woven into the paths she would one day walk. They were not promises of safety. They were invitations to courage, tools placed softly in her keeping. The queen felt tears warming her cheeks. The king steadied his breath, his hand lifting to cradle his daughter's head, as if he already understood that love itself was a vow, one that would require courage. Outside, clouds gathered along the horizon, silver-edged and waiting. And near the shadowed edge of the chapel, another presence lingered, quieter, complicated, trembling between sorrow and resolve. Her moment had not yet come. For now, the child rested in the cradle of blessings, wrapped in radiance and breath and promise. As bells began to toll once more, long, resonant, echoing far beyond the kingdom walls, as if the whole world had been invited to witness the moment when heaven leaned close to earth and placed its hand gently over a single, fragile life. She stood near the center aisle, tall, radiant still, but in a way that felt fractured. Her light was not smooth or steady. It flickered at the edges like a candle burning in a draft. Beneath the brilliance of her form lived something raw, unguarded and wounded, not monstrous, not cruel by nature, but grieved beyond repair. For a heartbeat, she didn't move. She only looked at the child, not with hatred, with hurt, the kind that forms slowly like sediment layered across years of being unseen. Some of the guardians shifted, subtle as the turning of the tide, as though instinctively closing ranks, not in aggression, but in sorrow. They knew her, or had known her once. The room filled with the quiet ache of history, of something broken not in a single moment, but across a lifetime, a fracture. The queen's arms tightened around her daughter. The king's hand rose slightly, as if to shield, though he knew he could not. The wounded angel took a single step forward. Her voice, when it came, was not sharp, was trembling, as though every word cost her something to release. I was not invited. The sentence hovered in the air, fragile as spun glass. No one spoke. No one dared to speak. Her gaze moved, not to the king or queen, not to the priest or the gathered witnesses, but to the other angels, the ones wrapped in certainty and vow and unbroken grace. I have served, she whispered, grief tightening around the edges of the sound. I have guarded. I have stood watch at the gates where the light meets ruin. I have walked beside wars, and through them, I have carried prayers I was never allowed to answer. Her expression wavered. For a moment, just a moment, she looked unbearably human. And yet, she breathed, when a blessing is given, my presence is unwanted. The silence deepened, not cold, but stunned. She turned back to the child, and something changed. The grief didn't vanish, it sharpened. The wound inside of her, the ache of exclusion, the bitterness of long unspoken hurt, crystallized into something rigid, something that mistook injury for justice and sorrow for truth. Her voice steadied. It grew clear. For this child, she declared, not cruelly, not loudly, but with devastating calm, I give the only gift the world has ever given me in return for my loyalty. Her eyes shone, not with triumph, but with grief so deep it had forgotten how to weep. I give her death. The word did not strike like thunder. It fell, heavy, inescapable, like a stone dropped into water so deep the bottom could not be seen. The room didn't cry out. No one screamed. The horror unfolded quietly, the way winter enters a field after autumn has already surrendered its leaves. The queen staggered, breath shattering in her chest, and the king reached for her, his hand trembling violently, as though he were trying to grasp the edge of a word that was suddenly slipping away. The angel stood motionless, not in shock, and grief. For they understood what had happened, not merely a curse, but a story of bitterness reaching its breaking point, of a heart so wounded it no longer remembered how to bless without injury. The wounded one lowered her gaze. For an instant, the smallest instant, her expression cracked, and something inside of her seemed to ache towards mercy, toward remorse, toward the life she had just condemned. But the fracture closed. Her light trembled, and then she turned, as if retreat itself had become the only shield she still possessed. The air hollowed in her wake. The chapel felt suddenly colder, though no candle had gone out. The child slept quietly in her mother's arms, unaware, innocent, perfect, untouched, yet already walking a path that had been altered in a single breath. And somewhere, at the very edge of radiance, where duty met sorrow, where courage met fear, another angel stirred, one who had not yet spoken, whose presence trembled with equal measure of dread and devotion, knowing there was still one blessing left to give. Before the echo of the wounded angel's words had fully faded, before despair could take root, before grief hardened into permanence, another presence stepped forward from the edge of the light. She did not arrive with thunder or command. She moved like breath returning to a stunned body, quiet, swift, filled with a trembling urgency that felt almost like prayer. Her radiance was gentler than the others, not weaker, not dimmer, but shaped by compassion, by long watchfulness, by the ache of one who understood both sorrow and hope, and refused to let either one be the only truth. Her wings, if they could be called that, did not flare. They folded in, as though she meant to shelter something delicate. Her voice became soft and steady, but beneath the softness lived a steady determination that glowed like iron heated in the distant forge. Wait. The word did not break the silence. It saved it. The wounded angel paused, only slightly, only enough for the air itself to hold its breath. The final guardian stepped closer to the child, not challenging, not accusing. Her presence did not rise in defiance. It lowered as if bowing before what had already been spoken and searching for the thread that had not yet been lost. Her eyes moved, not to the one who had cursed, but to the child, to the mother whose arms trembled, to the father whose heart had just been cracked open. Then upward, as though she were listening beyond the chapel walls, to something immeasurable, something ancient, something neither human nor angelic alone. When she spoke, the words felt as though they had been placed gently in her keeping, not hers to change, only hers to carry. For this child, she whispered, urgency woven delicately into every syllable, death shall not be her ending. The queen gasped, a sound like hope breaking through ice. The wounded angel's expression tightened, not in fury, but in something closer to pain, as if tenderness itself were striking in an unhealed wound. The final guardian continued, voice unwavering now, though her hands trembled as though she held the edge of a fragile world. She will fall asleep, not into darkness without return, but into deep stillness, into sheltered time, into a dreaming that protects what cannot yet survive. The air shifted, gently, reverently, as if the curse itself were being lifted, turned, reshaped along a narrow, merciful seam. Her sleep will last 3 years. The angel breathed, tasting every moment of that span as if it were made of breath and sacrifice. 3 cycles of sun and harvest, 3 winters of waiting, 3 seasons of grace holding her life in its hands. Her gaze moved toward the king, and he felt the weight of the years settle into his chest like truth that could not be silenced. During that time, she continued softly, the world beyond these walls will look upon your kingdom and see ruin, shadow, abandonment. Storms will gather. Time will turn its face away. Her voice becoming more gentle. But inside, within these walls, there will be protection. No pain, no hunger, no fear. Only sleep, vast and quiet, cradling every soul who loves her. A stillness filled the chapel, deep, textured, alive with unshed grief and fragile relief. The wounded angel's gaze flickered, grief and recognition struggling beneath bitterness. For a moment, she looked as though she might speak, as though something inside her longed to undo, to soften, to admit how close sorrow comes to love when it's left untended. But the moment passed, and she turned her face away. The final guardian bowed her head, not in victory, but in mourning. "There is one condition," she whispered, the words solemn, gravity-laden, true. "When the appointed time arrives, her life must be chosen." The prince had not yet entered this story, but the shape of his presence trembled somewhere, far ahead in time, like a footstep waiting to touch the path. She must be woken by one who knows tenderness without hunger, who stands beside her, not over her. And when she wakes, she must face what harmed her world and choose who she will become. The king closed his eyes. The queen pressed her cheek to her child's brow, her tears falling not in despair, but in fierce, aching devotion that felt very much like promise. The last angel lifted her gaze once more, toward heaven, toward history, toward all that would unfold. Her final words did not echo. They settled into stone, into memory, into the morrow of the future. The life will not be spared its weight, but it will not be abandoned. And slowly, like a tide receding, like a held breath released, the radiance faded back into the veil between worlds. The chapel exhaled. The bells did not ring. The child slept peacefully in her mother's arms. And somewhere, far beyond what any of them could yet understand, a story of mercy and consequence had already begun its long, quiet turning. Time moved forward the way seasons do, not in leaps, not in storms, but in quiet accumulation of days. The castle that had once echoed with prayers of longing now filled with the soft music of footsteps, laughter, and the small, ordinary sounds of a child discovering the world. Aurora grew, not in brilliance alone, but in presence, like a candle whose flame remained steady, even in a restless room. She walked the corridors with bare feet and curious eyes, fingertips brushing the stone walls as though she were greeting the years that had lived there before she arrived. Servants loved her without effort. The people spoke her name with a fondness usually reserved for old friends. She carried the blessings without knowing their weight. Sometimes she lingered in the chapel, her small body dwarfed by columns and archways, listening to the quiet as if they were speaking. Other times she sat in the garden with nurses and kitchen staff, braiding stems of clover, asking questions that were less about answers and more about wonder. The queen watched her daughter with a tenderness that felt like awe and worry woven into the same thread. She loved deeply, and that depth carried its own fear, the fear of losing what had once seemed impossible to receive. She prayed often, not for safety, for courage. The king aged differently. At first, joy softened him, his voice gentler, his hands steadier when he rested them on the back of Aurora's chair at supper. But love, when mixed with fear and pride, can take on a more complicated shape. As years gathered like folded cloth, the king began to measure himself against shadows of power, against the gaze of other rulers, against the distant echo of reputations he felt he must live up to. He had been granted a miracle, and instead of learning humility from it, something in him began to hunger for certainty, for control, for walls that could keep uncertainty at bay. Guests visited the court, merchants, noble houses, advisors with sharp smiles and careful eyes. Some brought gifts wrapped in velvet, some brought admiration that glittered like polished metal, and some brought influence. The queen sensed it first. It showed in the way conversation shifted after meals, and how the king's decisions became less grounded in compassion and more entangled with appearances and advantage. He sought counsel from those who admired his crown more than his character. He trusted voices that praised him, even when those voices carried the faint smell of ambition. Aurora, still young but inwardly perceptive, watched in silence. She loved her father. She loved his laughter, the stories he told beside the fire, the way his face softened when she placed her hand in his. But sometimes, when he walked through the halls surrounded by new companions with polished boots and expensive cloaks, she felt a distance, open like a thin crack in glass. She couldn't name it, but she felt it. The blessings she carried did not make life easier. They made her aware of tension that brushed the edges of joy, aware of choices the king made when pride whispered at his ear, aware of the way the queen pretended not to notice, and then noticed, and then prayed. The castle remained beautiful, but something unseen had begun to shift, the way a hillside loosens long before the stone ever falls. Small decisions layered upon one another, a trade agreement here, a favor owed there, a new advisor installed in place of a trusted one where wisdom once sat. None of it felt catastrophic. None of it felt wrong enough to name. But the air changed, gently, quietly, the way winter begins, not with the snow, but with a subtle chill beneath the wind. And somewhere beyond the horizon, where memory and consequence speak to one another in voices older than any kingdom, the curse remembered what had been promised. Time did not rush toward it. It simply continued, step by gentle step, as Aurora's life unfolded in rooms full of sunlight, laughter, song, and the faint gathering of echo of something waiting, something patient, something inevitable. The day it happened did not arrive with thunder. It came the way autumn comes, gradually, softly, through a series of hours that felt ordinary on the surface, though something beneath them had already begun to change. Morning light drifted across the courtyard in pale ribbons. The kitchens woke with the smells of bread and warm milk. Voices murmured through the corridors, familiar and unhurried. Nothing in the air suggested that the world was bending quietly toward a threshold. And yet, the quiet felt deeper than usual, as if the castle itself were listening. Aurora walked alone for a while after breakfast, as she sometimes did, through the upper halls where the tall windows opened into the distant hills and the slow-moving river. She loved those moments of solitude, when she could feel the space inside of her own thoughts, when the blessing she carried felt less like expectation and more like a gentle, steady presence. She paused beside one of the windows and rested her fingertips against the glass. Outside, clouds drifted like pale sails across the sky. The fields beyond the walls shimmered, with late-season grasses bending softly in the wind. A flock of birds crossed overhead in a long, silent arc. For a moment, Aurora felt a sensation she could not name. Not fear, not sorrow. Something closer to recognition, as though a distant bell were ringing in a valley she had never seen, and yet, somehow, always known. She drew a breath. The air tasted of dust and stone and the faint sweetness of distant rain. Somewhere, deeper within the castle, a door creaked open. A corridor she rarely walked drew her attention. A narrow passage that stretched into older parts of the keep, where fewer people went, where time seemed to move differently. She hesitated, not because she feared it, but because it felt like stepping into a memory she had not lived yet. Still, the blessing of curiosity lived inside her. So did the quiet tug of her inner guidance. She followed the corridor, her footsteps hushed against the worn stone floor, the air around her cooling by degrees. The world beyond the walls faded to a distant hush. She passed storerooms filled with unused furniture, crates marked with names from decades past, tapestry folded like sleeping seasons. Dust shimmered in the light that filtered through the high, narrow windows. Everything felt suspended, as though the castle were holding its breath. At the far end of the passage, she found a small door she did not remember ever noticing before. Unremarkable, weathered, slightly ajar. A thin blade of light slipped through the seam. Aurora raised her hand. For the briefest instant, she felt every blessing inside of her at once. Discernment, courage, compassion, endurance. Not as protections against fate, but as companions in the face of it. She understood, in a quiet, wordless way, that what waited beyond the door was not a mistake, not an accident, but the moment the story had been moving toward since the day of her baptism. She did not resist. She did not run. She simply opened the door. Inside the small chamber, dust drifted slowly through the quiet air. A single narrow window let in the pale wash of afternoon light, and there, near the center of the room, sat an old woman on a low wooden stool. Her back curved gently with age, her hands moving in a rhythm so steady it felt almost like breathing. In her lap rested a spinning wheel, and between her fingers, a thin strand of wool stretched toward a small, pointed rod, a spindle. It was a simple tool, older than memory in many lands, a way of turning soft wool into long, usable thread. The old woman's hands guided the fibers carefully, twisting, feeding, drawing them out with patience and skill, as women had done for centuries beside the hearth fires and quiet windows. The spindle turned as she worked, slender, smooth, and tipped with a fine, needle-sharp point. It was not made to harm. It was meant to hold the forming thread. But like many delicate tools, its point carried a quiet danger, the kind that could prick against skin, if touched without care. Aurora watched, entranced by the motion, the wheel, the turning wood, the soft whisper of wool becoming thread. There was something mesmerizing about it, something ancient and familiar, as though the sound itself carried the memory of countless lives before hers. She stepped closer. The old woman did not beckon or warn. She simply continued working, her presence calm, distant, gentle, like a figure encountered in a dream. Aurora leaned in, curious, not recklessly, not foolishly, but with the innocent wonder of someone who has always loved understanding how the world is shaped by human hands. She lifted her fingers, wanting to feel the delicate place where the wool became thread. Her fingertip brushed the spindle's narrow point, and because the point was fine as the sewing needle, sharp and patient from years of use, it pierced her skin. There was no violence in it, no shock, no cry, just a tiny prick, the briefest spark of sensation, and then a deep, enveloping stillness, as if the world itself had folded gently inward around her. Her body softened, her breath slowed. The room faded into warm, protective quiet, and the long sleep promised years ago began. Far beyond that quiet chamber, the same stillness moved through every corridor and hall. Servants paused mid-step, eyes fluttering closed. Guards leaned gently against the stone walls as their hands loosened around their spears. Musicians fell silent with bows hovering softly above the strings. The queen, mid-breath, felt sleep wrap around her like a blanket. The king's hand resting over his heart slackened as he drifted into the same tender suspension. Inside, there was peace. Outside, clouds gathered, winds rose, ivy crept across the stone as though seasons hurried to claim the walls. Travelers on their distant road saw the sky darken above the castle and felt the presence of dread, though none could say why. From the hills beyond, the kingdom appeared to wither, but within those ancient walls, time rested. Life waited. Dreams protected what waking could not yet endure. And somewhere, beyond storms, beyond illusion, the promise of 3 years began to measure itself. One slow breath at a time. Time, outside the castle walls, did not understand what had happened. To the distant hills and the winding roads, it looked as though the great stone palace had simply fallen out of favor with the world. Abandoned by life, surrendered to the weather and rumor, storms gathered more often above its towers, lingering like heavy thoughts that refused to pass. Rain slid down the rooftops in long silver lines. Wind pulled at the ivy climbing steadily across the walls, weaving green threads into every scene of stone. Travelers who passed along the outer roads slowed their horses as they neared the grounds. Some crossed themselves, some whispered, others stared into silence, unable to look away. They spoke of the castle as if it were a wound in the landscape, a place where laughter had once lived, and now lived no longer. They called it cursed, they called it forsaken. They told stories around distant fires of a king who grew proud, of a household swallowed by shadow, of a sadness so deep that even the bells forgot how to ring. None of them knew the truth, but human hearts will always try to make meaning from mystery, even when that meaning leans toward fear. From the outside, the castle looked like ruin, but inside it was quiet, not empty, never empty, but resting. In the great hall, long tables sat beneath high windows filled with soft, unmoving light. A half-folded cloth lay over a basket of fruit that would not rot. A lute rested on a chair with its string trembling in the faintest draught, though the musician who had played it slept peacefully beside it, her head bowed, as if in prayer. In the kitchens, copper pots gleamed in the dimness. A wooden spoon slipped gently from a sleeping hand, but never struck the floor. Bread dough, half kneaded, rose as if time itself were still working tenderly within it. Far beyond, the small chamber where Aurora had first touched the spindle, the same stillness moved through every corridor and hall. But before the deep silence settled completely over the kingdom, loving hands, attendants, guards, those who had cared for her since her birth, lifted Aurora with reverence. They carried her not in haste and not in fear, but with the tenderness one uses when carrying a blessing. Step by step, they brought her to her tower room, the place where she had slept since childhood, where morning light always seemed to arrive softly. They laid her upon her bed, smoothing the linen beneath her shoulders, as though sleep itself had asked to be given a home. When the stillness finally completed its circle around the castle, Aurora rested there, the tall, arched window casting a gentle wash of light across her face. Her hair spilled over the pillow in a dark, quiet halo. Her breath came slow and even, as if carried on invisible tides. She didn't look trapped or wounded or lost. She looked as though she were waiting. In the royal chambers, the queen lay with one hand draped across her heart, her face softened into an expression of profound calm, as though she were dreaming of a memory too gentle to release. The king rested nearby, his features stripped of worry and pride, his breath slow and steady, his body held in the same protective stillness as all the others. There was no fear in that sleep, only suspension, only mercy. Within the quiet of her dreaming, seasons passed like distant weather. Snow came and melted somewhere far away. Leaves burst into green, flamed into gold, and drifted into memory. The world turned and turned again, but inside the castle, the moment held steady, a single note sustained across the years. Sometimes, in the stillness of that dreaming, Aurora touched the edges of questions. Who am I, when the world cannot see me? What part of my life belongs to fate, and what part one day will belong to choice? What must be forgiven, and what must be changed? The questions did not frighten her. They moved slowly like deep water, and somewhere beyond the veil of sleep, beyond the castle walls, life continued. Children were born, fields were harvested, markets opened and closed. People grew older and spoke from time to time of the silent palace on the hill, the one wrapped in thorns of story and weather. 3 years is both a long time and no time at all. To the world, it was a tale that faded in and out of memory. To the castle, it was a single, lingering breath. And far away, beyond valleys and rivers, beyond rumor and fear, the gentle arc of another life was slowly bending toward the palace, where sleep waited to meet awakening. Toward a traveler whose heart would not be drawn by glory or legend, but by a quiet sense of recognition. He did not come because of legend. He didn't come for glory or reward or the promise of a story that would place his name in halls of song. He came because, one evening on the road, while the sky folded itself into violet and dusk, he felt a stillness at the edge of the horizon, a quiet that didn't feel empty, but waiting. And something inside him recognized it. Along the way, he heard the stories travelers told. They spoke of a castle swallowed by ivy and shadow, of storms that gathered and would not leave, of brambles so thick and unyielding that those who tried to force their way through became trapped, their horses tangled, their bodies pierced, their pride bound fast in thorns they could not escape. Some had come with boldness, some with arrogance, some with hunger for conquest. The ivy did not yield to them. It tightened, it claimed them, and in the distant inns and winter halls, their stories became warnings, tales of men who mistook stubbornness for courage and ambition for destiny. When the prince heard these stories, he did not feel challenged. He felt quiet. He understood, in a way he could not explain, that there are places in the world that do not open by force, only to reverence. So when he reached the edge of the castle grounds and saw the wall of thorns rising before him, ancient, living, woven thick with shadow and silvered leaves, he did not draw his sword. He stood still. He placed his hand gently against the living branches, as one greets an old and watchful guardian. "I mean no harm," he murmured, not as a spell, not as a command, but as a truth. For a long moment, nothing changed. And then, the vines loosened, not dramatically, not with a miracle flourish, but with a subtle, patient shift, as though the earth itself had recognized a different kind of presence and chosen to make room for it. An opening appeared, narrow, inviting, uninsistent. He didn't rush. He walked forward as one enters a sanctuary. Inside the walls, the air grew warm and quiet. Wild roses climbed the stone. Light rested in the corridors like dust-lit breath suspended in time. He passed rooms where lives slept mid-gesture. A hand paused above a table, a musician stilled in the moment before a note, and he felt no urge to speak, no impulse to claim the silence. He moved gently, and as he walked, step by slow step, he realized he was not searching blindly. He was following something, a thread, nearly invisible, yet unmistakable, guided him upward through the stairways worn smooth by years of footsteps, along hushed corridors, toward a tall wooden door, standing at the end of a sun-washed hall. He paused there. His hand rested against the wood. He didn't know whose life waited beyond that door, only that the stillness he had felt for so long was gathered there like a heartbeat beneath his palm. He opened the door. Light filled the room, soft, pale, unhurried, washing across the bed where Aurora lay in gentle stillness. Her breath was slow, her presence luminous, quiet, whole, as though the whole world had placed every fragile hope it carried into that small space and asked for it to be kept safe. He didn't think of beauty, he thought of recognition. Not destiny, not possession, recognition. The understanding that he stood before a life that belonged, first and always, to itself. He stepped closer, not boldly, not with triumph, but with the humility of one entering a vow he does not own, only honors. He knelt beside her, and for a long while simply remained there, bearing witness to the years held inside a single breath, to the quiet, to the waiting, to the fragile threshold between sleep and becoming. And only then, when his heart had steadied into gentleness, did he lean forward, not to claim, not to command awakening, but to offer presence, a blessing, a meeting of soul with soul. He placed the softest kiss upon her forehead, a place where thought and spirit meet, where dreams live like constellations beyond closed eyes. His lips rested there for a moment, not as triumph, but as reverence. The room did not burst into light. There was no thunder, no roar, no shattering of silence. Instead, a single breath deepened. A long-held stillness loosened, and somewhere, far away, and very near, the sleep began, at last, to let go. The first thing that returned was breath. It deepened, not sharply, not with shock, but slowly like a tide turning beneath a calm sea. Aurora's eyelids fluttered, as if the world were gently knocking at the edge of her dreaming. Light touched her face, warm and patient, and the long stillness that cradled her life began to loosen its careful hold. She did not wake all at once. Awakening came in layers. The feeling of the pillow beneath her cheek, the sound of distant air moving through stone, the presence of someone nearby, steady, grounded, quietly waiting. Her eyes opened. The world was soft at first, hazy with light. She saw the tall window, the curve of the ceiling, the familiar quiet of her room. And then, beside her, the figure of the traveler had come so far and chosen reverence over force. He didn't move. He didn't rush toward her. He simply met her gaze, not with claim, not with expectation, but with a calm, unwavering respect that allowed her to arrive in her own time. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Something passed between them that could not be named, a recognition not of fate, but of shared humanity, two lives meeting at the fragile seam between what has been carried and what now must be chosen. Aurora drew a slow breath and felt all at once the weight of the blessings laid upon her at birth. not as burdens, but as companions, discernment, courage, compassion, endurance, the lantern lit within. She remembered the sleep. She remembered the sorrow beneath it. And somewhere, inside that memory, she felt the presence that had shaped it. And then, the room cooled, gently, like a cloud passing across the sun. From the far corner of the chamber, a familiar radiance gathered, fractured, trembling, threaded with grief and pride and history. The wounded angel stood once more within the space between them, not as a monster, not as a fear, but as sorrow that had finally come to be seen. Her light flickered. Her eyes, ancient, aching, rested on Aurora. There was no anger in them now, only exhaustion, only the quiet, aching question that leaves beneath every wound. Was I ever truly seen? The prince remained still behind Aurora, present, steady, a grounding presence rather than a shield. He didn't step forward. He didn't speak. His role was not to confront the shadow. It was to stand with her while she did. Aurora rose slowly from the bed. Her body felt both newly born and deeply ancient, as though she carried every season she had slept through inside her bones. She placed her feet upon the floor and stood, not with defiance, not with fury, but with a strength that had learned tenderness through the long, patient dreaming. She faced the angel. Her voice, when it came, was quiet, steady as a candle in still air. "I know what you gave me," she murmured. "I know what it cost you to speak it." The angel's expression wavered, grief pulling at the edges of light. Aurora stepped closer. "I will not pretend," she continued softly. "Your gift brought sorrow. It changed the shape of my life, and every life within these walls." She paused, letting the truth settle without cruelty. "But I also see the wound beneath it." The room seemed to deepen. Aurora's voice gentled, not with pity, but with compassion that had learned to shape her boundaries. "You were left out," she said, "unseen, cast to the edges of blessing while others were welcomed into its center. And your hurt grew so large, it tried to make the world feel what you felt." The angel trembled. Light fractured like glass, remembering how it once was held. Aurora drew a breath, and in that breath lived both forgiveness and responsibility. "I cannot carry your pain for you," she whispered, "and I cannot say your harm is without consequence." Her hand rested over her heart. "But I will not answer your wound with hatred. I will not become what injured us." Silence filled the room, wide, reverent, alive. "I release you," Aurora said, not as a gift to the angel, but as a promise to herself. "I release the claim your sorrow tried to place upon my life. I choose to live, awake, accountable, compassionate, and free." The words did not strike like judgment. They opened like a door. The angel faltered. Her light flickered, not in rage, but in grief unbound at last from bitterness. A tremor moved through her form, and for the first time since the blessing hall, her face softened into something that looked almost like relief. Not absolution, not erasure, but the quiet release of a burden finally set down. She bowed her head, not in defeat, but in surrender to truth. And then, gently, silently, she dissolved into a soft, scattering brightness, like snow melting into water, like a long-held storm, finally allowed to rain. The room exhaled. Light returned to warmth. Aurora stood very still. She didn't feel triumphant. She felt clear. The prince stepped forward then, not to claim the moment, but to join it. He remained beside her, a steady presence, and together they walked through the castle as awakening rippled outward like morning light spreading across a valley. Breaths returned, hands lifted, eyes opened. Laughter, tentative at first, trembled at the edges of the air like birds testing new wings after a long winter. The queen found her daughter and held her, not with the clutching fear of loss, but with a gentler love that understood time, consequence, humility. The king, older now in spirit as well as years, looked into Aurora's eyes and saw finally the truth of what choices had allowed. She did not condemn him, nor did she shield him from responsibility. She met him with honest tenderness, love that did not erase, love that knew its own boundaries and still chose connection. That night, when the quiet returned to the halls and the kingdom breathed like a body finally at rest, Aurora stood upon the balcony beside the prince. Dawn hovered at the horizon, a pale wash of gold slowly unfolding into the day. The world felt changed. Not repaired, not perfected, simply more honest. She closed her eyes and let the morning wind move through her hair. For the first time in her life, her story did not feel like something being carried for her. It felt like something she was carrying with herself. And as the sun rose, soft, hopeful, restorative, the world did not cheer or roar or demand a legend. It simply warmed. It simply opened. And life, fragile, luminous, unfinished, began again. Far below the wavering skin of the sea, where sunlight broke into ribbons and scattered gold across coral towers, there lived a young mermaid who moved through water as if currents themselves had shaped her bones. She was strong, not in the way of storms, but in the way of tides, steady, certain, inevitable. Her tail moved with practiced power, cutting through drifting gardens of kelp, past anemones that closed and opened like breathing mouths, and past fish that flashed silver and vanished again into shadowed reefs. She knew every pathway through the coral city. She knew which currents pulled warm, which pulled cold. She knew how to slip between rising bubbles without breaking their fragile skins. Others swam with her often. Siblings, friends, younger ones still learning how to guide their fins without stirring chaos in water. And she naturally slowed, not because she had to, but because she could. She curved her tail less sharply. She eased her speed. She let the younger ones feel clever beside her. She let the water remain calm around the group. No one asked her to do this, but she noticed how gatherings felt easier when she did. And she liked ease. She liked harmony. She liked the way the sea settled when she adjusted herself, ever so slightly. It felt responsible. Yet sometimes, when the others grew tired and turned back toward home, she kept going. Just a little farther, a little higher, just a little closer to the shimmering ceiling of the world. Curiosity always arrived first, bright and light-footed like a school of darting fish that could not be caught. What lived above the surface? What moved the air instead of water? What made the strange thunder that sometimes rolled across the waves? No one encouraged these questions, but no one could stop them either. And when the others called her back, she always returned, though not without a last glance upward, not without a small tightening in her chest, a quiet refusal to believe that the world ended here. Not rebellion, not yet. Just the beginning of a truth that would not stay buried. There was more to life than the current she had been born into. and one day she would find it. This was the kingdom of currents, ordered, ancient, beautiful. Voices carried differently here. Sound moved softly, spreading wide. Nothing needed to be shouted. Everything was heard. In the central hall, where columns curved like the ribs of a whale, the Sea King ruled. His presence was vast and quiet, like deep water that never fully reveals its floor. Around him moved attendants, messengers, guardians of borders and tides. And among them, always noticeable, though never demanding notice, was the young mermaid who knew the paths of the sea better than most twice her age. She swam gracefully through gatherings. She knew where to pass wide, so others did not feel crowded. She dipped her tail low when elders approached. She circled children gently so they could match her pace without strain. The kingdom ran smoothly because she understood flow. But there were rules here too, unspoken ones, old as coral. Do not disturb the surface. Don't approach the air world. Do not draw the attention of what lives above. Everyone knew these rules the way fish know migration routes, not through instruction, through inheritance. At council gatherings, elders sometimes spoke of storms, of nets lowered from above, of ships that scraped the sea like knives, of creatures who walked on solid earth and breathed air. Danger lived above. Curiosity, they warned, could cost lives. She listened, as she always did, attentive, respectful, still. But when the meetings ended and the halls empty, she often remained for a moment longer, hovering near the high arches where the light fell brightest. Light that did not belong to the sea. Light that belonged to the world beyond. No one scolded her. No one forbade her. She was trusted, reliable, steady, and she did not break the rules. Not outwardly. Yet sometimes, when patrols swam the lower trenches and the coral streets quieted, she moved upward alone, just to the border where the water grew thin and bright. She never crossed it. She simply floated beneath it, hair lifting in the gentle pool of tides, eyes fixed on the trembling mirror above. From here, she could hear strange things, rhythmic knocks, distant thunder. A voice once, muffled, broken by the waves, but unmistakably human. Her heart beat faster then, not in fear, in recognition. She turned away before anyone could see her there, returned to the city, resumed her place in the flow of things. No one knew how close she came to the forbidden line. No one saw the quiet spark in her eyes when she pulled herself back, because she was careful, because she understood order, because she knew how to contain herself. But the questions kept swimming, and each time she returned from the edge of the surface, the sea felt just a little smaller than before. It happened on a night when the sea was restless. Currents shifted strangely through the coral city. Tiny creatures tucked themselves into crevices. Long strands of kelp leaned toward the pull of the distant tides. Above, the surface shimmered more brightly than usual, not with daylight, but with scattered gold, trembling and alive. She felt it before she understood it, a vibration through the water, a hum passing downward like the ringing of a bell struck far away. Sound from the air world. She left the coral streets quietly, slipped past the sleeping gardens, rose through open blue water where nothing blocked her ascent. The higher she swam, the lighter the sea became. The pressure eased, the water cooled, the light sharpened. At last, she reached the border, that thin, trembling veil where water met air. She had hovered here before, But tonight was different. Above the surface, something moved. A shape, large, solid, carved against the night sky. A vessel of wood and rope, firelight flickering along its edges, human voices drifting down in broken fragments of sound. She should have turned away. She knew the rule. She knew the warnings. But curiosity, that bright, darting creature, had grown too large to contain. Slowly, silently, she rose. Her eyes broke the surface first. Cool air kissed her skin, strange and sharp, carrying scents she had never known. Smoke, salt, something warm and living. She lifted her head just to see enough. A ship gliding across the dark sea. Lanterns swaying, figures moving upon a solid deck. Laughter spilling into the night. Humans. Real. Not myth. Not warning. Not story. Her heart beat hard. Not with fear, but with wonder. One figure stood apart at the edge of the ship. A young man. Hair touched by firelight. Gaze lifted toward the stars. He spoke to someone beside him. His voice rolled across the water, distorted, softened, yet unmistakably alive. She didn't understand his words, but she felt the tone. Ease, belonging, freedom. Something in her chest answered, quiet but undeniable. A wave struck the side of the ship suddenly. Laughter rose, movement shifted. She dipped instinctively, careful not to be seen. From the waterline, she watched. The ship moved on. The voices faded. The lanterns became distant stars drifting along the horizon. Only when the last light disappeared did she sink fully beneath the surface again. The sea closed over her head. Sound returned to softness. Currents returned to slow drift. Something had changed. The world was no longer only the sea. There was another place, another way of moving, another kind of life. And she had seen it, not imagined it, seen it. She swam downward toward the coral city, her tail cutting the water in swift control strokes. She did not break any rule. She didn't cross onto land, and she didn't speak of what she had witnessed. But in the quiet of the descending blue, a new knowing settled inside her. The world was larger than the one that she had been born into. And one day, somehow, she would touch it again. By the next tide cycle, the coral city knew. Not because she told anyone, not because she spoke of ships or lanterns or voices in the air, but because currents carry stories, the way wind carries scent. A watch guardian had seen a ripple near the surface. A patrol had noticed displaced bubbles rising where no storm had passed. An elder had felt the tremor of unfamiliar vibration through the reef. And so, when she entered the central hall that day, the water around her felt slightly different. Still, waiting. The Sea King regarded her from his stone throne carved with whalebone and pearl. His gaze was deep and patient, the kind of depth that does not need raising voice or fin to be understood. "Child of the tides," he said at last, his voice traveling slowly through the water. "You have been near the border." It was not accusation. It was statement, truth surfacing. She didn't bow. She didn't flee. She simply inclined her head in acknowledgement. "I swam high," she answered, calm, respectful, unashamed. A murmur passed through the gathered court. Not outrage, unease. Another elder spoke, her fins trailing long ribbons of sea silk. The surface is not our world, she said. It is unpredictable, violent, hungry. Those who live there do not know the sea's language. A younger guardian added carefully, the balance is kept because we do not cross. She listened to them all, not defensive, not rebellious. Listening was one of her strengths. But as they spoke, she noticed something else. None of them had ever been to the border. None of them had seen what she had seen. None of them spoke from experience, only inheritance. The Sea King's gaze softened. You are capable, he said. Trusted, strong. This is why this matters. He didn't forbid her. He didn't punish her. He didn't raise his voice. He simply laid down the rule as it had always been. The surface is not for us. You will not go there again. The hall quieted. The current settled. Everyone expected agreement. And she could have given it. It would have been easy, polite, harmonious. She understood how to do that. She had done it all her life. But something in her, small, bright, persistent, stirred. Not loud, not reckless, just clear. She met the Sea King's eyes. I understand, she said. And she did. She understood the fear, the history, the wish to keep the world safe. But understanding did not erase the image of the lantern light on the water. It didn't erase the sound of human laughter. It didn't erase the knowledge that another world existed, real and reachable. She did what she had always done. She contained the spark. She did not argue. She did not protest. She simply accepted the rule outwardly, while inwardly the quiet refusal took firmer shape. Not rebellion, not yet. Just a truth settling into place. One day, she would choose for herself. And when she swam from the hall, her movements were graceful as ever, controlled as ever, responsible as ever. No one saw the difference, but the sea itself seemed to notice. A new current forming beneath still water. A tide, preparing to rise. The sea changed its breathing before the storm arrived. Currents that usually moved like slow ribbons began to twist. Water cooled in sudden threads. Fish tucked themselves into coral hollows. Long kelp forests bowed low as if in prayer. Above, the surface darkened. Clouds swallowed the moon. Wind pressed hard upon the skin of the water. The border between sea and sky blurred into a trembling, silver, black veil. She felt it from deep below, a calling, a vibration running through her bones. Not curiosity this time, urgency. She swam upward, faster than she meant to, stronger than she usually allowed herself. Her tail cut through rising turbulence. Bubbles tore past her shoulders. By the time she reached the upper waters, the storm had broken open. Waves lifted like mountains. Rain struck the surface in staccato silver needles. Thunder rolled so deeply it shook the coral floors below. And there, pitched helplessly upon the chaos, was the ship. The same shape she had seen once before, now real, vulnerable, and breaking. Lanterns swung wildly. Ropes snapped. Voices shouted. Not laughter now, but fear. She hovered just beneath the surface, the water lifting and dropping around her. She knew the rule. She knew the warning. She knew the command spoken in the hall. But knowledge and reality are not the same thing. Up there, lives were in danger, And she was strong. Strong enough to move faster than the currents, strong enough to dive where others could not, strong enough to hold weight in rushing water. The thought arrived clear and simple. If someone must act, let it be me. Not rebellion, not defiance, responsibility. She broke the surface. Rain struck her skin. Wind caught in her hair. The world of air roared around her, violent, vast, alive. A wave rose higher than the mast. The ship tilted. A figure was thrown from the deck, vanishing into the dark water. She did not hesitate. She dove down through churning foam, down through cold, thrashing current. She found him sinking, unconscious, limbs loose, hair drifting like seaweed. The same young man she had once watched beneath the stars, now pale, helpless, human, fragile. She wrapped her arms around him, turning her body toward the shore, guiding by instinct older than thought. Stroke after powerful stroke, she carried him through the storm. Waves slammed, water burned with effort, but her body knew what to do. She did not stop. When at last the seafloor rose into the sand and rock, she pushed herself forward until the water shallowed at her tail, found ground. She laid him gently upon the shore. Rain washed over both of them. Thunder rolled away. The worst of the storm began to pass. She sat beside him, watching his chest rise and fall. He lived. Relief loosened something inside of her. But already, distant voices approached along the beach. Human voices. She knew she could not be seen, so she did what she had learned to do so well. She withdrew, quietly, quickly, back into the sea. She watched from the shallows as others gathered around him, lifting him, calling his name, carrying him away toward a warm shelter. No one saw her. No one knew what had saved him. The sea closed around her once more, but it did not feel the same. The boundary had been crossed, not in curiosity, not in wonder, in action, in choice. And strength turned outward, and as she swam back toward the coral city, light still flickered far above, and she knew there was no returning to the life she had lived before. Not after this. Few ever swam towards the farthest trench, not because it was forbidden, but because the sea itself grew uneasy there. Light thinned quickly. Currents lost their predictable paths. The water felt heavier, as if memory itself sank and gathered in this place. She followed the descent anyway, past the last gardens of coral, past the schools of fish that turned away before reaching the border, past stone formations that resembled ribs of ancient creatures long fallen to the seafloor. Here, sound changed. It didn't echo, it swallowed. And instinct, old, animal, and wise, whispered that one should not linger in such waters. But she was strong, and she had chosen. At the base of the trench stood a dwelling grown from the shipwrecked timber, twisted iron, and coral that had no business growing so deep. Objects from the surface hung in slow suspension, mirrors clouded with salt, chains softened by rust, bottles holding nothing but dark. The water around the dwelling did not move, not with current, not with tide. It simply waited. She approached, and from within, a figure stepped forward. At first, the witch appeared radiant, skin glowing as moonlight and water, hair drifting in slow, luxurious waves, fingers adorned with rings that caught the light that reached this depth. She might have been beautiful, until you looked too long. Then you saw. The nostrils flared just a little too wide, the eyes a shade too sharp, too knowing, the mouth smiling, yet pulling downward at the corners, like a smile learned, not felt. A glamour worn like a silk veil, convincing from a distance, unsettling up close, and yet impossible to look away from. Her voice flowed smoothly through the water. I wondered when you'd come. Not threatening, not kind, simply certain. The mermaid did not bow, did not retreat, but every fin, every scale, every instinct in her body knew this was a place where choices could not be undone. The witch studied her, not with malice, but with appraisal, like a jeweler weighing a stone. You've seen the surface, the witch said. You've crossed the line your kingdom pretends does not exist. The mermaid met her gaze steadily. I have. The witch's smile deepened, that downward curve becoming more visible now. And now, the sea feels smaller. Not a question, a recognition. Silence gathered, thick, pressure heavy, trench deep. Then the witch turned, gesturing towards the strange relics hanging in the still water. I deal in crossings, she said. Bodies that change, borders that dissolve, lives that rewrite themselves. Her voice was smooth, but the sea around her felt cold. Every crossing has a cost, the witch added, and not all who enter my waters leave unchanged. The mermaid's heart beat once, steady and strong. She had not come here to turn back. Tell me, she said, and the witch's smile widened, glamorous, terrible, inevitable. I wish to go where I have already been, she answered, to a world that calls to me. The witch's downward curving smile stirred. You wish to cross a border your body was not shaped for, she said. You wish to enter a realm where your strength will not serve you as it does here, where the currents do not carry you, where the ground does not give way, where your tail will not belong. The mermaid listened, because listening was something she did well. And you wish, the witch continued, to do this without tearing the worlds apart. A pause. Yes, the mermaid whispered. The witch circled her once, slowly, appraising the way a tide studies shoreline. You were careful, she said. Responsible. You hold yourself so others do not have to feel your weight. The words landed softly but precisely. You could continue as you are, the witch went on. Contain your sea. Carry the harmony of your world. Remain admired, trusted, relied upon. The witch leaned closer. But you have tasted the surface, and now you know the truth. The mermaid's jaw tightened slightly. The truth needed no words. The sea had become too small. The witch turned back to the table. There is a way, she said, to cross without shattering, to walk where you now swim, to stand where you now float. The witch lifted the vial. But every crossing demands balance. To gain one form, another must be surrendered. The mermaid watched the shimmering liquid. What is the cost? She asked. The witch's eyes gleamed, sharp, dark, unblinking. Your voice. The water seemed to still even further. Not your ability to think, not your will, not your memory, but the sound that rises from your chest and enters the world. The current by which others know your inner tide. The witch's smile curved, beautiful and wrong. You will walk on land You will have legs. You will move among humans as one of them. But you will not speak. You will not sing. And you will not shape the air with your truth. The mermaid's heart beat once, deep and heavy. And if I choose to return? She asked. The witch's expression softened, almost pity. You will not be able to return as you are. This body will belong to the surface. And if you do not find your place there, the witch's voice lowered, smooth as oil, then you will dissolve into sea foam, not dying, not living, simply dispersed. No threat, no dramatics, just the terms of the crossing. The mermaid closed her eyes. She thought of the coral city, the younger swimmers matching their pace to hers, the sea king's steady gaze, the quiet role she played so well. She thought of the storm, the human weight in her arms, the sound of his voice on the wind, the vastness of the world above. And she felt, beneath everything, the spark that never had gone out, curiosity, then refusal, not to be contained forever. She opened her eyes. I accept, she said. The witch did not celebrate, did not gloat. She simply uncorked the vial. Then drink, she said. The liquid moved into the water like a ribbon of light, gathering at the mermaid's lips. The mermaid took it in. The change began at once. Pain flickered, sharp, bright, undeniable, as her tail split, reshaped, fused into two trembling legs. Scales softened into skin. Fins drew back into shoulders. The water felt suddenly foreign against her body. She opened her mouth to breathe, and no sound came. No gasp, no cry, no voice, only silence. The witch watched calmly. It is done, she said. The mermaid hovered in the dark trench, legs drifting awkwardly beneath her, hair floating like seaweed, throat empty of sound. She had crossed the border, and there was no turning back. Above them, the surface waited. She rose, not swimming now, but lifted by current she could no longer control, drawn upward through layers of water that felt thinner with each passing moment. Her new legs drifted beneath her, uncertain, heavy, unused. She didn't panic. She adapted, because adaptation was another form of strength she knew well. Light brightened, water cooled. The ceiling of the sea shimmered above her like trembling glass. And then she broke through. Air rushed across her skin, cold, sharp, real. She drew breath, instinctively, and though no sound came, life entered her chest, all the same. Waves carried her gently forward, rolling her toward the shoreline she had seen from below. Sand met her feet, not soft like the sea floor silt, but firm, grainy, shifting under her weight. She tried to stand. Her legs wobbled. She adjusted, found balance. Slowly, she rose upright, tall, still, present. The sky reached wide above her, pale with early dawn. Clouds moved freely. Wind touched her face and lifted her hair in ways that water never had. She looked back once. The sea lay behind her, endless, breathing, familiar, not gone, just behind. Ahead of her, land rolled outward, rocks, grasses, distant shapes of trees, the faint outline of buildings beyond. A new world. Not yet welcoming, but not rejecting. Simply there, waiting. She took a step forward, then another. Each movement strange, effortful, unfamiliar, but hers. No voice rose from her throat, but her presence remained intact. She was still herself, changed, but not erased. And as the first sunlight of morning touched her skin, warming what once had been scales, she felt something settle quietly into place. She had crossed, not as victim, not as lost soul, as a girl who had chosen, and whatever came next, she would meet it the same way she always had, with awareness, with strength, and with a spark of defiance that had never truly left her. Days passed. She learned the rhythm of the land, how feet met earth, how balance shifted without water's lift, how muscles tired in new ways, how wind carried scent instead of current, and how silence could live outside the sea as well as within it. The humans who found her near the shore had taken her in. They wrapped her in cloth, gave her food, watched her with curiosity and cautious kindness. She couldn't speak to explain herself, so she communicated with gesture, with gaze, with action. And she was good at this. She helped where she could. She noticed what others missed. She adjusted herself to the rhythm of each space, each task, each person. On land, as in sea, she understood flow. And slowly, people trusted her. They smiled at her, made room for her, invited her into the daily movements. She belonged, not fully, and not easily, but enough. And then there was him, the one she had carried from the storm. He came to the household one afternoon, seeking those who had rescued him. He didn't recognize her. How could he, when she stood before him on two legs, clothed in human fabric, hair bound back from her face? But something in her presence felt familiar to him. He spoke to her. She listened. He laughed once at something small. She felt the sound in her chest like a memory of waves striking shore. He walked with her in gardens. He showed her the world of trees, of stone and sky. He spoke of voyages, of responsibility, and the strange weight of being an heir to a kingdom. She listened, and in listening, she let him be seen, not as a prince, but as a human who, like her, stood between worlds. Affection grew quietly, without urgency, without demand. She did not need to possess him, didn't need to claim him. She simply allowed connection to unfold, until the day the household whispers began. A marriage had been arranged. A princess from another land. A union to secure alliances. The prince was to wed. She felt no collapse, no shattering, only a stillness, the kind that arrives when truth stands plainly before you. She walked alone that evening to the edge of the sea. The waves greeted her like old friends. Salt touched her skin. Wind carried the hush of tides. She knew the terms of the bargain. If she did not find her place in this world, she would dissolve into sea foam. Not punished, not damned, simply returned to the elements. She looked out at the horizon where the sky met the water. She had crossed to change herself so the world could not hold her, and now she saw the deeper truth. Changing herself had never been the answer. The sea had not been too small. The world had simply asked her to compress what was so vast. She stepped forward towards the waves, not in despair, in clarity. But before she reached the water, footsteps sounded behind her. The prince. He had followed. He stood beside her, looking at the sea, then at her. He spoke softly. "I don't know why, but when you're near, I feel as though I'm standing at the edge of something important." She turned to him. She couldn't speak, but she met his gaze, fully, steadily. without shrinking. And in that gaze, he saw something true. Not dependence, not longing, not need, but presence. Recognition passed between them. Simple, human, and mutual. He took her hand, not to claim her, but to stand with her. And in that moment, she understood. Love was not the reason to change herself. Love was the place she could arrive as she already was. The wind lifted her hair, the sea breathed behind her, and somewhere deep in her chest, where her voice had once lived, a new sound formed. Not yet spoken, but ready. The tide was rising. Small waves reached for her feet, curling around her ankles like familiar hands. The prince stood still beside her, saying nothing now, simply sharing the horizon. She turned towards the sea, toward the world that had shaped her body, toward the world she had tried to leave, toward the world she now understood had never truly rejected her. She stepped forward. Water wrapped around her legs, cool, known, remembering. Behind her, the prince called out. A question, a plea, but she did not turn, because this choice was not about leaving him. It was about returning to herself. With each step deeper into the waves, the human weight of her legs began to soften. Skin shimmered, form shifted, water welcomed her without resistance. And when she dove forward, the sea received her, like breath returning to lungs. Her tail was restored. Then her fins unfurled. Currents lifted her. She didn't dissolve. She didn't vanish. Because she hadn't failed. She'd learned. Below the surface, the trench waited. The witch's dwelling waited. But this time, the mermaid did not descend in uncertainty. She arrived as one who knew herself. The witch stood in the still water, glamour flickering faintly across her features. "You return," the witch said, not surprised, not even disappointed, just observing. The mermaid floated before her, steady. "I crossed," she said, and her voice rang clear in the water, warm and resonant, unmistakably her own. The witch's eyes sharpened. "You accepted the bargain." "I accepted a path," the mermaid replied, "and I walked it to its truth." Silence gathered in the trench. The witch studied her, really studied her now, as though seeing her for the first time without the glamour's veil. "And what is your truth?" the witch asked. The mermaid's tail moved in a slow, powerful sweep. "I do not need to become smaller to belong. I don't need to change my shape to be loved. And I don't need to give away my voice to keep peace." The witch's smile curved, downward, knowing. "Then take it back," she said simply. "Nothing kept it but your belief that that was the price." And in that moment, the mermaid understood. The vial, the potion, the bargain, they had never held her voice. Only her willingness to surrender it had. She opened her mouth and sang. Not loudly, not dramatically, just a single note, pure, steady, unmistakably hers. The water trembled with it. The trench stones vibrated. The glamour around the witch flickered and thinned, revealing what had always been there. Not monstrous, not powerful. Simply another being who had built herself on bargains and belief. The witch closed her eyes. "As you wish," she said, and the sea released the last thread of the spell. The mermaid rose through the water, faster now, lighter, free. She broke the surface once more, not as someone escaping, but as someone arriving. On the shore, the prince stood waiting. She stepped from the waves, water streaming from her hair, moonlight tracing her skin. She opened her mouth, and her voice carried into the night, calm, steady, and real. Not a song to enchant, a voice to speak, to choose, to say who she was. And the prince listened, not spellbound, not bewitched, simply hearing her. And together they walked back towards the world, not because she needed it, because she chose it. With her sea inside her, with her voice returned, with her defiance softened into wisdom, and her strength intact. This is a story of gardens and stone, of care that once felt like shelter, and of a quiet courage that grows slowly, patiently, inside the heart. It is a story of love that doesn't shout, of tenderness that learns to loosen its hold, and of a path that waits until we're ready to step into it. Inhale the day, exhale the weight of it. You are safe here. Let us begin. The garden lay just beyond the edge of the old paths, where the stones grew thin and the world forgot to name things precisely. It was not hidden by spells so much as by habit. People learned, over time, where not to wander. The sorceress had tended it that way, quietly, patiently, letting the boundaries be marked by seasons rather than fences. In the evening, when the light settled low and amber, she moved among the beds with practiced care. Her hands knew the work, even when her thoughts drifted. Roots loosened, leaves were turned. The soil, dark and living, held the warmth of the day. She had once loved this hour best. There had been a time when her strength felt endless, when the garden answered quickly, generously, as if it was grateful for her attention. Back then, she gave without counting, healing, growing, coaxing life where others saw only stubborn earth. These things had felt like extensions of her breath. But the years have a way of changing, even the magic. Now, as she straightened slowly, easing the ache from her back, she paused longer than she was used to. She rested one hand against the low stone wall and breathed in the scent of green. Sharp, fresh, faintly bitter. Rapunzel grew there. Not the child, not yet. The plant. It was an unassuming thing to the untrained eye, a tangle of leaves close to the ground, pale flowers nodding when the wind passed through. It returned every spring, no matter how often it was taken, resilient, modest, alive with quiet persistence. The old ones had named it for that reason. She had planted it years ago, long before she began to feel the thinning of her own reserves. It had seemed wise to grow what renewed itself, wise to keep something near that did not vanish after being asked too much. As she knelt, brushing soil from her palms, something felt off. The space between the leaves was wider than it should have been. The ground disturbed, not by weather or animal, but by a careful hand, someone who had known how to take without destroying. She did not react at once. She simply sat there, the twilight settling around her shoulders, the garden breathing softly at her back. So much of her life had been shaped by giving knowledge, giving shelter, giving cures and counsel, and the slow, patient labor that allowed others to continue on, untroubled by the cost. She had learned, over time, how to accept that most would never notice the weight of it. Still, she touched the torn edge of a leaf, thumb and forefinger closing gently, as if it might bruise under pressure. Later, she would walk the paths beyond the stones. Later, she would listen. Later, she would speak. For now, she remained where she was, letting the quiet settle, the familiar thought that rose, uninvited but unmistakable. After all this, it is still I who must give more. The evening deepened. The garden waited. Not far from the garden, beyond the last thinning line of stones, stood a small house with windows that caught the light poorly. It had once been enough. The man and the woman who lived there had made a life with what was near at hand. They knew the birds by their returning calls. They watched the weather more closely than the calendar. They learned to read the year by what took root and what did not. They did not ask much of the world, and for a long while, the world had answered in kind. Then, the woman grew heavy with child. At first, she carried the change easily. There was a quiet gladness to it, the way her hand rested without thought at the curve of her body, the way she paused more often as if listening inward. She moved through the house slowly, content to let the days pass as they always had. But as the weeks went on, something in her began to thin. She tired more quickly. The work she had once finished without noticing now asked for rest in between. Some mornings she sat at the table long after the light had filled the room, her gaze unfocused, her breath shallow, as though she were waiting for something to arrive. Food lost its hold on her. She ate because she must, not because she wished to. Bread lay heavy, broth cooled untouched. Even the fruits of the season seemed to dull on her tongue. At night, she turned toward the window, drawn to the air beyond it. Her sleep was light and broken, threaded with dreams she could not name. Green dreams, close to the ground, tasting faintly of earth. Once, while standing at the door in the early evening, she lifted her head as if catching a scent. "There is a garden," she said, not looking at her husband. Her voice was quiet, almost absence of request. "Beyond the path." He knew the place at once. Everyone did, though few had ever crossed its edge. The land there always looked fuller than it should have, held together by care that did not invite notice. He said nothing at first. In the days that followed, the woman spoke little. She rested more often, her hand returning again and again to the same place, as if reassured by the steady presence beneath her skin. Sometimes she would wake with her mouth dry, her lips pressed together, her brow faintly drawn, not in pain, but in longing she did not yet have the words for. Her husband watched, unease settling quietly beside him. He tried to bring her what he could, greens gathered from the roadside, herbs from the market, anything fresh enough to resemble what she seemed to be asking for. She accepted them gently, ate a few bites, then turned away without complaint. The house grew still in the evenings. He found himself lingering outside longer than before, listening to the sounds of the path as the light faded. It was easier, somehow, to keep moving than to sit with the feeling that something essential was being asked of him, and that he did not yet know how to answer. He told himself it would only be once. The first time, his hands trembled as he loosened the soil. He took so little he wondered if it would matter at all. When his wife ate and slept deeply for the first time in weeks, relief moved through him so quickly it felt like grace. The second time came more quickly. By the third, the path no longer startled him. His feet knew where to turn. The stones seemed to remember his weight. He told himself the garden was generous. that what grew there had always returned. He told himself that need, once proven, became permission. Evening settled into a pattern. As the house dimmed and his wife turned toward the window in her half-sleep, he would step outside, carrying love shaped like urgency. He did not speak of it. He did not ask. He took. And the garden bore it. The Rapunzel still grew, but more slowly now. The leaves thinned. The soil remembered hands that were not its keepers. What once rose easily after being gathered began to hesitate, as though weighing whether it could. The sorceress noticed long before she named it. She had learned, over years of tending, the difference between natural loss and human taking. She felt it in the way the earth loosened too easily, in the way the growth returned without its former confidence. She worked longer hours. She gave more of herself to keep the balance steady. At first, she waited for the taking to stop. When it did not, she waited again. Each time she found the ground disturbed, the same thought rose, quiet, restrained, familiar, and each time she pressed it back down. But patience, like soil, can only be turned so many times before it thins. So one evening, when the light settled low and amber, she did not turn away. She stood where the Rapunzel grew closest to the path, her basket resting at her feet, her hands still from their work. When the man came, his steps were easy now, his movements practiced. He knelt without hesitation and reached for the plant as he always had. "Enough," she said, not loudly, not sharply, but with the calm certainty of someone who has already decided. He froze. He had not heard her approach. He looked up, startled, shame moving through him, not because he had been caught, but because he suddenly saw the shape of his own choosing laid bare. I would have asked," he said, the words leaving him before he could shape them. She looked at him, truly looked, and saw not a thief, but a man worn thin by love, in fear, in the quiet knowledge of his own limits. "You are asking," she replied, "just not with words." He lowered his gaze. "My wife is with child," he said. "She weakens when she goes without this. I told myself I would stop." The sorceress knelt and pressed her palm to the disturbed soil. Her touch was gentle, assessing, not the act, but the cost. "You take from what endures. That is why it has lasted this long." The night held its breath around them. "When the child is born," she said, rising slowly, "she will come to me." He looked up, startled, not by anger, but by the finality of it. "I will raise her," the sorceress continued. "She will be kept. She will be taught. She will know the rhythms that hold this world together, and she will be safe." She paused, then added, not as a promise, but as a fact, "She will want for nothing I can give." The words settled between them. The man felt something loosen in his chest, a knot he had carried without knowing its name. He thought of the child, already real to him, and of the narrow life waiting beyond the dim windows of the house. He thought of how quickly love had turned into taking. In that moment, he believed, or needed to believe, the wanting would end. At last, he nodded. The sorceress inclined her head, not in triumph, but in acknowledgement. "Go," she said. "Take what is needed." And he did. And when the child was born, and the house filled with new breath and quiet wonder, the bargain did not feel like a theft. It felt like an ending. Rapunzel did not leave her mother all at once. At first, she did not leave her at all. When the child was born, the small house filled with soft astonishment that always follows new life. The woman held her close, learning the weight of her, the way her breath fluttered like something newly arrived. For a time, that was enough. The world, however, does not pause for wonder. Down the path from the small house, not far, but far enough to feel separate, lived the sorceress. Her home stood near the garden, old and weathered, shaped by years of work and changing seasons. Its walls were thick, its windows wide, its doors left open more often than they were closed. The air smelled of drying herbs and turned earth, of things meant to heal rather than impress. She came first as help. She brought poultices for the mother, infusions to steady her strength, quiet knowledge offered without display. She never stayed too long. She never asked for more than was given. "She is strong," the sorceress said once, watching the infant with an open, thoughtful gaze. "But strength must be tended." The mother listened. At first, the visits were brief. The sorceress would hold the child while the woman rested, humming low, steady tunes that seemed to calm even the air. When she left nothing behind but ease. As Rapunzel grew, so did the time she spent there. The sorceress taught her small things at first, how to recognize plants by touch, how to feel when soil was ready for seed, how to listen before acting. These were things the parents did not know and could not easily learn. Rapunzel returned home with dirt on her hands, light in her eyes, carrying stories that spilled out faster than her words. "She learns quickly," the sorceress said, not boastfully, but with a pride that felt earned. The mother watched, warmth and unease living side by side in her chest. Gratitude was there, too. Gratitude for the rest she was given, for the way her child seemed steadied by the other woman's care. It was the father who spoke first, of staying longer. "She thrives there," he said one evening carefully. "She is watched, she is taught. She will not want." The mother turned the thought over in silence. She loved her child. That much was unquestioned. But love, she was learning, did not always mean holding close. Sometimes it meant allowing another set of hands to carry what you could not always lift alone. "She can come home," the sorceress said, when the thought was finally spoken out loud. "Often. She will not be lost to you." It was then that the tower was mentioned. Not as a demand, not as a decree. The tower had stood for years at the edge of the land, an old watchtower meant for distance and warning, long unused. The sorceress spoke of it plainly, as one might speak of a room already built. "It is high," she said. "The air is clean. From there she can see the garden whole. She will be safe." The mother imagined it, light moving through open windows, space enough for breath and learning. She imagined her child watched over, growing strong under a careful eye. She wept the night the decision was made, not because she believed it was wrong, but because it was real. Rapunzel, too young to understand the shape of change, reached easily for the sorcerer's hand the next morning. She did not know she was leaving something behind. She only knew she was being led somewhere bright. In the beginning, she returned often, then less so. And then the days found their own order. The tower did not feel like an ending. It felt like care. And no one yet thought to ask how long care was meant to last. The tower settled into Rapunzel's life the way routines do, quietly, without ceremony. At first, it felt like an extension of what she already knew. Morning light reached her earlier there. The air moved more freely through the open windows. From that height, the garden unfolded below her in careful patterns she had become to recognize. the darker beds, the lighter ones, the paths worn smooth by years of tending. The sorceress did not climb to her each day. She did not need to. Rapunzel learned the rhythm quickly. She had heard footsteps below. She leaned out and let her hair fall long and pale, a simple solution offered without thought. The sorceress climbed with practiced ease, praising the strength of it, smoothing it gently when she reached the top. "This will save your arms," she said once, almost amused, "and my knees." Rapunzel laughed, pleased to be useful. Days passed in lessons and listening. The sorceress showed her how to dry herbs in bundles that caught the warmth but not the sun, how to tell when roots were ready to be lifted, how to wait before acting. Rapunzel absorbed these things without effort, the way children do when learning feels like attention rather than instruction. When the sorceress worked below, Rapunzel sang. She sang to mark time, to feel the quiet, to feel her own voice move outward and return. The sound traveled easily from the tower, drifting across the garden, settling among the leaves. It pleased the sorceress to hear it, pleased her more than she ever said. She worked more slowly then, her hands lingering in the soil, her head lifted slightly as though the sound anchored her to the moment. Meals were shared when they could be. Sometimes Rapunzel came down and ate at the long wooden table in the low house near the garden. Sometimes food was brought up, baskets lifted carefully, conversation carried on in easy fragments. There was no strictness to it, no sense of rule, only habit. As Rapunzel grew, the tower grew familiar. She learned where the stone held warmth longest, where the breeze entered first. She learned how to sit in the window so that the light felt just right on her work. The height no longer felt like distance. It felt like perspective. The visits to her parents' house continued, though less often than before. At first, she returned every few days, then every week. The path remained known to her, but it no longer shaped her days. Her mother held her tightly when she came, breathing her in as though to reassure herself she was still real. Her father watched from the doorway, comforted by how steady she seemed, how easily she moved between the two worlds. "She is happy," he would say afterwards, and believe it. And she was, for a long while. The sorceress watched her carefully, not with suspicion, but with a kind of quiet accounting. She noticed how easily Rapunzel adapted, how little she asked for what was not already present. She took comfort in the way the tower held her, the way the days arranged themselves neatly around their shared work. All this remains, she thought, again and again. And Rapunzel, looking down from the window as the evening settled into its familiar hush, believed the same. The world felt ordered. The days felt sufficient. And no one yet thought to ask what would happen when sufficiency began to feel small. The changes did not arrive all at once. They came as small adjustments, each one reasonable on its own, hardly worth naming. Rapunzel spent her days in the tower now, the space shaped gently around her routines. She knew where the stone stayed warm longest, where the light lingered in the afternoon. From the open window, she could see the garden below, the paths, the beds, the familiar movement of the sorceress as she worked. When the sorceress wished to come up, she would stand at the base of the tower and call Rapunzel's name. "Rapunzel!" Sometimes she called only once, sometimes twice. Rapunzel would come to the window and answer, her voice lifting in song, clear and easy, a sound that meant she was awake and listening. After the song came the familiar gesture. She leaned forward and let her hair fall, long and pale, a simple solution offered without thought. The sorceress climbed carefully, trusting what had never failed her. At first, the timing did not matter. If Rapunzel was slow to hear, the sorceress waited. If the song came late, it came late. The days were wide then, generous. But over time, the waiting changed. The sorceress began to linger longer at the base of the tower after calling Rapunzel's name. She listened, not impatiently, not sharply, but with a stillness that carried expectation. Rapunzel noticed. She began to answer more quickly, her voice rising in song sooner, eager to reassure before the silence stretched. The words that shaped the days grew firmer, though they were still spoken gently. Stay where I can see you. Call before you lean out. Wait for me. They were offered as care, and Rapunzel received them that way. She no longer climbed down on her own. There was no single moment when this changed. It simply became easier to stay where she was. If she wished to go below, the sorceress would come for her. If she wished to leave the tower, there was always another time, another day. Soon felt sufficient. Her visits to her parents grew fewer. Not forbidden, just delayed. Another lesson to finish, another evening settling in, another morning already full. Her hair grew longer. At first, it was only useful. Then it became familiar. Then it became expected. The sorceress praised it often now, smoothing it carefully when she reached to the top. You keep me close, she said once, smiling, even from so high above. Rapunzel smiled back, warmed by the thought. The tower still felt safe. The days felt ordered. The love between them felt whole. And yet, without anyone intending it, love had begun to rely. And reliance, once settled, quietly learned to expect. The first time Rapunzel heard a voice that was not the sorcerer's, she did not recognize it as anything important. It drifted upward from the edge of the garden, carried lightly on the air, almost lost among the bird song and wind. She paused in her work and leaned toward the window, more curious than alert. Who sings so high? The voice asked, not loudly, not boldly, simply wondering aloud. Rapunzel laughed, surprised by the sound of it leaving her so easily. I do, she called back, her voice falling into the open space below. It felt strange to hear herself answered by something other than an echo. The man stood at a distance, respectful of the paths he did not yet know. He did not look up right away. He listened first, as though the sound itself mattered more than its source. Well, that's a good place for a voice, he said. It travels well from there. Rapunzel smiled to herself. They spoke like that at first, in small pieces, unhurried, about the weather, about how the light changed at different hours, about nothing that felt like intrusion. He didn't ask why she was there. He didn't ask how she came to be so high above the ground. He spoke to her as though the tower were simply another place a person might stand. When the sorceress returned to the garden, she noticed the change at once, not in Rapunzel's behavior, but in the air itself. Something had shifted, the way it does when a window has been opened somewhere out of sight. Rapunzel spoke of the man later, as if mentioning a passing detail. He listens, she said thoughtfully, before he speaks. The sorceress paused in her work. That is not always a kindness, she said after a moment. Rapunzel considered this, then shook her head. It felt like one. The meetings continued, quiet and infrequent. Sometimes days passed between them, sometimes weeks. The man never lingered long. He never asked Rapunzel to come closer. He never raised his voice. He only returned. And each time he did, Rapunzel found herself listening differently. not with anticipation exactly, but with a sense of being met, as though her words landed somewhere they did not have to be shaped or explained. "You seem content," he said once, not as a question, not as a challenge. "I am," Rapunzel replied, and meant it. He nodded, accepting this without argument. "And yet," he added gently, "contentment is not the same as completeness." The words settled without demand. Rapunzel did not answer right away. She watched the garden below, the careful order of it, the familiar movement of the sorceress among the beds. Everything she knew was there, everything that had held her. "I have everything I need," she said at last. "I believe you," he replied. "I just wondered if you ever wonder what you might choose, if choosing were simple." He did not wait for an answer. That was the difference. When the sorceress climbed the tower that evening, she found Rapunzel quieter than usual, standing at the window even after the light had shifted. "You should come inside," she said. "The air is cooling." Rapunzel turned, obedient as ever, and yet something lingered behind her eyes, a thought not yet formed. That night, Rapunzel dreamed not of leaving, but of standing still while the world moved around her. It was a small dream, a gentle one, but when she woke, the tower felt just slightly less like the whole of the sky. Nothing changed at once. That was what unsettled Rapunzel the most. Not the presence of the man in the garden below, but the way her days continued as they always had, even as something inside her shifted its weight. The tower still caught the light first in the morning. The garden still moved in its careful patterns below. The sorceress still came when called, her hand steady, her voice familiar. And yet, Rapunzel found herself listening differently now, not for footsteps, but for pauses, not for calls, but for the space that followed them. When she sang, her voice sounded the same to her ears, but she noticed how long it had lingered in the air afterward, how it traveled beyond the garden's edge before fading. She wondered where it went when it left her. She had never wondered that before. The man did not come every day. He did not need to. His absence did not feel like lack. It felt like room. When he did appear, he spoke as he always had, quietly, without urgency, as if conversation were something to be set down gently and returned to later. "You think a great deal," he said once, after a long silence. Rapunzel smiled. "I always have." "Yes," he agreed. "But now you seem to be listening to yourself think." She turned that over. Below them, the garden breathed in its familiar way, leaves lifting and settling with the light. The sorceress worked there, attentive as ever, her movements practiced, purposeful. "She has given me everything," Rapunzel said, not defensively, simply stating a truth that she had always known. "I can see that," he replied, "and she has done it well." That mattered. He did not diminish what had been given. He did not suggest it was false or cruel. "And she worries," Rapunzel added softer now, "if I'm not where she expects me to be." "That is a heavy thing," he said gently, "to be someone's certainty." The words stayed with her. Later, when the sorceress climbed the tower, Rapunzel noticed how carefully she smoothed her hair, how her hand lingered a moment longer than before. "You are quiet," the sorceress said. Rapunzel hesitated. "I was thinking," she said finally, "about how long I have been here." The sorceress's expression did not change, but something in her posture did. A subtle tightening, a drawing inward. "You have always been here," she replied. "You are safe." Rapunzel nodded. That was true. Still, that night, as she lay listening to the wind move through the open window, she felt the days arrange themselves in her mind. Not as a single endless shape, but as a line with a before and an after. She did not yet imagine leaving. She did not imagine staying forever. She only imagined choosing, and was surprised to realize she did not know how. It was not a frightening thought, just a tender one. And tenderness, once noticed, does not easily return to sleep. The moment did not arrive with thunder or raised voices. It came the way most turning points do, disguised as concern. The day had been warm, the kind that lulled the garden into a slow, fragrant quiet. Rapunzel stood at the window longer than usual, watching the light move across the beds below. She did not sing right away when her name was called. The sorceress waited. She called again, her voice steady. Practice. "Rapunzel." Rapunzel answered then, her song soft and unhurried, drifting down like reassurance. She leaned forward, letting her hair fall as she always had. But when the sorceress climbed, her movements were quicker than before, not rushed, intent. "You should not wait so long," she said when she reached the top. Her hands moved immediately to Rapunzel's hair, gathering it, smoothing it, checking its length as if for damage unseen. "I was only watching the light," Rapunzel said. It was the truth. She offered it easily. The sorceress nodded, but did not smile. "You must be careful," she replied. "From here, even small delays matter." Rapunzel felt the words settle strangely. Delays. Matter. She followed the sorceress inside, obedient as ever, but her steps were slower now, as if some part of her wished to remain where she was. The room felt smaller than it had this morning, though nothing had changed. "You have been spending too much time at that window," the sorceress continued, arranging things that had not needed arranging. "Your voice carries farther than you realize." Rapunzel hesitated. "It always has," she said gently. "Yes," the sorceress answered, "and that is precisely why it must be guarded." The quiet between them lengthened. Rapunzel sat on the edge of the bed, folded her hands in her lap. She did not feel frightened, only unsettled, the way one does when a familiar room is rearranged without warning. "I spoke with someone today," she said carefully, "not as a confession, not as a challenge, simply as truth." The sorceress's hand stilled. "Who?" she asked. "A man who walks the paths near the garden," Rapunzel replied. "He listens." The word hung there, light and dangerous all at once. The sorceress turned then, really turned, her expression composed but sharpened by something Rapunzel had not seen before. "You do not know his intentions," she said. "People do not always come with what they claim." "I know," Rapunzel said. "He did not ask me for anything." That seemed to trouble the sorceress more, not less. "That is how it begins," she said quietly. "With listening, with space, with questions that feel harmless." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "You have everything you need here." Rapunzel looked at her, at the woman who had raised her, taught her, held the world steady around her for so long. She saw the love there. She saw the fear too. "I know," she said again, and this time it was the fear she was answering. The sorceress reached out and took Rapunzel's face in her hands, her touch firm but not unkind. "Then stay," she said. "Stay where I can keep you safe. Stay where nothing can take you from me." The words words landed heavier than they were meant to. Rapunzel felt something inside her shift, not away, but awake. She understood suddenly that the care she lived inside had begun to need something from her in return. Not gratitude, not obedience, stillness. She did not pull away. She did not argue. She only nodded. Later, alone again, Rapunzel stood at the window and let her hair fall through her fingers. It felt the same as it always had, strong, familiar, warm from the sun. But now she understood what it was. Not just a bridge, a tether. And once seen, such things cannot be unseen. The evening came quietly. Light rested on the garden in its familiar way, settling into the paths Rapunzel knew by heart. From the window of the tower, she looked down once more, not in longing, not in fear, but in recognition. Below, the sorceress called her name. Rapunzel! Rapunzel went to the window. She did not sing. Instead, she gathered her hair into her hands and let it fall, long and pale, over the stone, offering the familiar path without the familiar sound. The sorceress climbed as she always had, hand over hand, trusting what had never failed her. When she reached the top, she stepped into the room and stopped. Rapunzel was not waiting at the window. She stood further back, near the door, steadied and unafraid. They looked at one another for a long moment. "You were ready," the sorceress said. "Yes," Rapunzel replied. "Because of you." The words were not farewell, nor defense. They were simply true. Rapunzel gathered her hair and laid it carefully over the iron hook set into the stone, the one that had held it for so long. She tested its weight once, then turned towards the opening. "I will go now," she said, "and I will come back." The sorceress did not answer at once. Then she nodded. Rapunzel began to climb, slowly and with care, the way she had once watched others climb up. Stones passed beneath her hands. The air cooled as she descended. The ground rose to meet her. When her feet touched the earth, she let go. She stepped back and looked up. The sorceress stood at the window, her hands resting on the stone. For a moment, she did nothing at all. Then she reached forward and lifted Rapunzel's hair from the iron hook. She let it fall. The long, pale length slipped downward, pulling softly on the ground so that nothing remained to hold Rapunzel there, and she could walk away. Neither of them spoke. Rapunzel turned toward the path. She went out into the world. Time passed, and in time she returned. Not at once, not every day, but often enough that the path did not forget her. She came when the light lay gently on the garden. She sat at the long wooden table near the low house, and she shared what she had seen. She listened when the sorceress spoke of the old ways, of seasons that turned whether one wished them to or not. And the tower stood still, but it was no longer the only place Rapunzel was known. Others came to the garden as well, women who carried their own knowledge, their own weariness. Some stayed for a time, some returned again. The work widened, the days found new rhythms. The sorceress remained. She tended what was hers to tend. She watched more than she held. What she had feared did not come to pass. Rapunzel did not disappear. And Rapunzel, living where her choosing could breathe, learned that love could stretch without breaking. Sometimes, when the light rested just so, she sang. Not to be answered, not to be reached, only because the air was open and the song belonged to it. This is a story of forests and firelight, of truth that does not need to shout, and of a wildness that has been keeping watch for far too long. So inhale the day and exhale the weight of it. Let us begin. Long before the road narrowed and the trees began to lean toward one another as if sharing secrets, there stood a house that had once been known for its light. It was not large in the way palaces are large, nor grand in the way halls of power announce themselves, but it had windows that welcomed the sun and doors that had known many hands. In earlier years, music had drifted from those windows, and voices, some young, some weary, some full of plans, had carried easily into the surrounding fields. Those years had passed. The house remained, but it had grown quieter, its laughter more deliberate, as if chosen rather than spilled. Where fine rugs once softened the floors, there were now worn boards, polished by careful steps. Where servants once moved with practiced ease, there were only the daughter's hands, steady, capable, and uncomplaining. And still, there was laughter. This was not because the family had forgotten what they had lost. They knew it well. Loss had a way of announcing itself each morning, in the sparseness of the table, in the careful mending of clothes, in the father's long silences by the fire. But the youngest daughter, Belle, refused to let sorrow decide the shape of her days. She rose early, often before the sun had fully shaken itself awake, and greeted the morning as if it were an old friend who might, at any moment, offer something unexpected. She sang while she worked, not loudly, not to perform, but softly, as one does when speaking to oneself. She found beauty where others passed without looking, in the frost on the window panes, in the way the wind moved through the tall grass, in the persistence of wildflowers that grew at the edge of the fields, bright and stubborn. Her joy was not careless. It was chosen. Belle understood their circumstances. She knew why the cupboards were thin and why her father's shoulders seemed heavier each season. She knew the story of their fall as well as anyone. But she did not allow that knowledge to dim her spirit. If the world had narrowed, she expanded inward. If the days grew harder, she made them richer. Her elder sister was different. Where Belle moved like water finding its way around stone, her sister moved as if the world were watching. She was graceful, composed, and exquisitely mannered, every bit of a woman that society admired. She bore the reduced life with dignity and restraint, wearing hardship like a garment carefully tailored to fit. The sisters loved one another, but they saw the world through different lenses. Where the elder accepted what could not be changed, Belle questioned what should not be accepted at all. Their father watched them both with a complicated tenderness. Once, he had been a man of influence and abundance, his name spoken with respect, his opinions sought, his ventures admired. He had believed, too deeply, that fortune was proof of virtue, and that success excused risk. When that tide turned, as tides do, he had been unprepared for its force. His daughters had paid the price of that unpreparedness. He loved them fiercely, but love alone had not saved them from want. And now, as he sat by the hearth in the evenings, staring into flames that offered neither answers nor absolution, he wondered, too late, what might have been different had he chosen patience over ambition, steadiness over spectacle. Belle often joined him there. She would sit on the hearthstone, close enough to feel the warmth, and speak of small things. The birds she had seen that day, the way the clouds had gathered like mountains in the sky, the book she was reading aloud in her mind, even as her hands worked. She did not avoid his sadness, but she did not kneel before it either. There is still goodness here, she would say, not as comfort, but as fact. And sometimes, when he listened, the lines in his face would soften, just slightly. Outside the house, the land had begun to change. The forest beyond the fields had grown thicker, darker, as if reclaiming what once belonged to them. Wolves were rumored to roam nearer the roads now. Travelers spoke in lowered voices of paths that twisted when they should not, of ruins half swallowed by ivy, of old magic stirring, not bright and showy, but ancient and patient. Belle listened to these stories with interest, not fear. She had always believed the world was larger and stranger than people allowed, that wildness, when respected, did not exist to harm, but to remind. She did not yet know how soon that reminder would come. The news arrived on a day that did not ask to be remembered. A rider came down the narrow road in the late afternoon, his horse pale with dust, his voice rough from travel. He asked for water first, then rest, and finally for news of his own affairs. In return, he offered what travelers always brought with them, stories shaped by distance and desire. He spoke of ships thought lost but now returned to port, of cargoes held in dispute, of ledgers reopened and claims re-examined, not because justice demanded it, but because no one had been vigilant enough to stop it. The father listened without speaking at first. When he did speak, his questions were careful, too careful. He asked about markings on hulls, about dates of departure and arrival, about names that had once been familiar to him. He asked who now claimed what, and how firmly those claims were held. When the writer shrugged and said that the ownership was often a matter of timing and persistence, the father nodded as though a private thought had just found confirmation. That evening, the house felt smaller. He paced as he spoke, his words circling the same idea from different angles. He spoke of misfortune, of things taken under cover of chaos, of how easily the world forgot who had built what first. It was never truly theirs, he said at one point, not looking at either daughter. Not in the way it should have been. Belle listened from the hearth, her hands folded loosely in her lap. She did not challenge him at once. She had learned that arguments made too early were dismissed too easily. Instead, she watched the way his voice sharpened when he spoke of loss, the way his reasoning bent toward entitlement rather than repair. The road is not kind to men who chase what has passed, she said finally, especially when they believe themselves owed. He smiled then, thinly, as though indulging a clever but impractical thought. I am not chasing, he replied. I am reclaiming. Her sister remained quiet, her needle moving steadily through fabric. She understood the limits of persuasion and chose composure instead. By morning, the father had made his decision. He dressed with unusual care, choosing garments that suggested former authority rather than present need. He gathered papers whose relevance had grown vague with time, but which still carried the weight of possibility. When Belle noticed that he avoided her eyes as he prepared to leave, she felt a familiar tightening in her chest. You will come back safely, she said, taking his hand in hers. He promised that he would, not safety, not honesty, but return. As he walked down the road between the field and the forest, his stride was confident, even eager. He did not look back. Belle followed him to the edge of the yard. The trees beyond the fields had drawn closer in recent years, their shadows deeper, their roots pressing into the places once cleared and tame. As the wind shifted, it carried a low sound from far within the forest, long, measured, and mournful. A howl, then another. Not near, not threatening, but unmistakable. The father paused only briefly, as though the sound had brushed against him without quite reaching understanding. He adjusted his coat and continued on. Belle remained where she was. She felt the sound settle in her bones, not as fear, but as warning, the kind that arrives before words are ready to receive it. The wolves were not hunting. They were present, watching the road reclaim what wandered too far from it. She went back inside and closed the door. She hummed as she worked that evening, softly and deliberately, shaping her own small world against the unease she could not quite name. She had the sense, deep and unwelcome, that her father had not merely stepped onto a road. He had crossed a threshold. Outside, the forest leaned inward, and somewhere beyond the fields, the wolves lifted their voices again, not in anger, but in acknowledgement. The road did not welcome him. At first, it pretended it might. He reached towns pressed close to the water, where docks groaned beneath old timbers and men spoke freely of fortunes gained and lost within the tides. There were taverns thick with smoke and speculation, where names were traded as currency and stories grew larger with each retelling. The father listened. He told himself he was only gathering knowledge. That knowledge was not the same as intent, that understanding the world as it was did not mean agreeing with it. When he heard of a vessel bearing markings once associated with his own ventures, his interest sharpened. When he learned that ownership had changed hands under circumstances no one could quite explain, he nodded as though the confusion itself were proof of wrongdoing. "Things slip," he said to those who would listen. "In times of disorder, what is taken is not always given freely." When the papers were unclear, he pressed forward. When memories conflicted, he favored the version that restored what he believed had been stolen from him. He did not see himself as dishonest. He believed, sincerely, that he was correcting an imbalance the world had been too careless to mend. Each small decision felt reasonable on its own. Together, they formed a pattern. Resistance came slowly at first. A clerk who asked him to wait, a captain who refused to yield without proof, a ledger that did not align with his recollection. His patience thinned. His voice grew sharp where it had once been smooth. He reminded himself, and others, of who he had been. The world reminded him of who he was now. By the time authority intervened, the story had already been written. Claims were denied, accusations gathered like winter clouds. Some deserved, others exaggerated, but all heavy enough to blot out whatever hope had brought him there. This time, there was no sense of cruel chance, only consequence. He left under a sky already turning, the air colder than it had been days before. The road that led him away from the towns did not straighten as he expected. It narrowed, bent, slipped between stands of trees that pressed closer with each mile. Winter arrived early in that country. Snow fell unevenly, catching in branches and settling into drifts that hid the ground's true shape. The horse slowed, uneasy, its breath rising in white clouds. The forest absorbed sound, making even the creak of a saddle seem intrusive. Then came the feeling, not fear at first, awareness. The father sensed movement beyond the trees, not sudden, not frantic, measured, deliberate, as though something had noticed him and was deciding what to do next. A low sound rolled through the woods, then another. Wolves. They did not rush him. They did not bare their teeth or howl in challenge. They moved in parallel, unseen but unmistakably near, testing the space he occupied. He urged the horse forward. The animal faltered, slipped, and panicked. In its fear, it bolted, throwing him hard against the frozen ground. Pain flared bright and sharp. By the time he struggled to his feet, the horse was gone, reins trailing, hooves fading into the distance. The wolves closed in then, not to strike, to surround. Branches snapped beneath their weight. Shadows shifted between trunks. The father swung a fallen limb wildly, shouting into the dark, his breath ragged, his heart hammering. The wolves held their distance, calm and patient, as if waiting for him to understand something he had long avoided. When he ran, they did not chase. They followed. He fled without direction, lungs burning, boots slipping on hidden ice. The forest seemed to rearrange itself as he passed, paths narrowing where they should have been open, roots rising where the ground should have been clear. Just when his strength failed entirely, he saw a light ahead, steady, unmoving. A castle stood at the forest heart, its walls old and thick, with ivy and age. Snow did not cling to its steps. The gates stood open, neither welcoming nor forbidding. Behind him, the wolves stopped. They did not cross the threshold. Panting, shaking, and certain that whatever lay ahead could not be worse than what waited behind, the father stepped forward. His foot crossed the boundary between forest and stone. The wolves turned away. The gates closed with a sound that was not loud, but final. And the forest, having delivered him right where he belonged, fell silent. The castle did not greet him. It did not echo his footsteps in welcome, nor did it rush to announce itself with banners or torches. It simply was, vast, old, and awake in the way mountains are awake. The father stood just inside the gates, his breath slowing, his pulse still loud in his ears. Snow did not follow him across the threshold. It lingered at the boundary, as if uncertain whether it belonged there. The air inside was warmer than the forest, but not soft. Stone corridors stretched ahead, their walls worn smooth by time rather than hands. Ivy crept indoors without apology, its roots threading through cracks in the stone as though the castle had grown from the forest, rather being built against it. Somewhere, deeper, within its walls, water moved. He took a cautious step forward. At once, a low sound answered him. Not a growl, not a voice, but the shifting of something large adjusting its weight. The father froze. The sound passed, leaving only silence in its wake. He told himself it was only wind, but the air was still. As he ventured farther, small signs of habitation emerged. A long table set with food, still warm, a fire burning low, but steady, candles lit, though no hand was near them. Nothing here sparkled, nothing glittered. The magic was old and practical, meant for endurance rather than delight. He ate because hunger demanded it. The bread was coarse and dark, the meat richly spiced, the wine strong enough to warm him from within. As he ate, he became aware of being observed. Not with eyes exactly, but with attention. The castle listened, measured, remembered. When he finished, he noticed what stood at the table's center. A single rose, deep red and heavy with scent. Its stem thorned and wild, as though it had been cut from a hedge rather than cultivated. Its petals seemed almost black at the edges, velvet and alive. Without thinking, without asking permission, he reached for it. The moment his fingers closed around the stem, the air changed. The fire flared, the candles guttered, the sound returned, closer now, unmistakable in its weight and intention. The father turned. From the shadowed end of the hall, something moved forward. The beast did not rush. He emerged slowly, his form massive and furred, crowned with thorns worn smooth at the tips. His eyes caught the candlelight, not bright, not savage, but ancient and precise. He smelled of earth and iron and rain-soaked stone. The ground seemed to acknowledge him as he advanced. "You take what is not yours," the beast said, his voice low and resonant, like rock shifting under pressure. "Again." The father dropped the rose. It fell to the stone floor and did not break. "I meant no harm," he stammered. "I was lost. I sought shelter." The beast regarded him for a moment. "This place shelters many things," he said. "None of them are claimed without cost." The father fell to his knees then, not in reverence, but exhaustion. Words spilled from him, apologies shaped like explanations, remorse softened by justification. He spoke of loss, of injustice, of being wronged by the world. He spoke of how much had been taken from him. "I have nothing left," he said at last, his voice breaking. "No gold, no lands, no claim the world will honor. But I am not without value. I have daughters, good daughters. They are young, capable. They could..." The beast's head lifted. The air stilled. "You would offer them?" the beast said, not accusing, not surprised, simply naming what had already been spoken. The father faltered, as though the thought had only just revealed itself fully. His mouth opened and closed before he found the words enough to continue. "I would offer anything," he said finally, "to settle what is owed." The beast regarded him for a long moment. Between them, the rose lay untouched. "You speak of debt," the beast said quietly, "and yet you measure its cost in futures that are not yours alone." The castle seemed to draw a breath. The father lowered his head. The beast turned away. "You will remain here," he said, "until the debt you have named is answered." The castle responded at once. Doors closed where none had been before. Vines thickened along the walls. The fire settled into a watchful glow. Outside, far beyond the stone, the forest shifted. Wolves passed along the outer edge of the grounds, their presence felt rather than seen. They did not challenge the walls. They did not need to. The castle had taken custody, and the wild, recognizing one of its own, withdrew. The father slept, but it was not the sleep of rest. It was shallow and uneasy, filled with the sound of doors closing and roads narrowing, of voices asking questions he could not answer quickly enough. When he woke, the light in the chamber was pale and steady, filtering through high windows cut deep into stone. Dawn had come without ceremony. He sat up, unsure how much time had passed. The fire still burned. The air still held its warmth. Nothing here suggested punishment, and yet the weight on his chest had not lifted. The beast came without announcement. He stood at the threshold of the chamber, not entering, not looming, simply present, as inevitable as the walls themselves. In the clearer light, the father saw him more fully. The scars beneath the fur, the strength held in careful check, the eyes that missed nothing. "You named a debt," the beast said. "Now we will speak of how it is answered." Hope stirred, unwelcome but insistent. "I will work," the father said quickly. "I will labor for you. I will serve this castle in whatever way you require. I have hands. I have skill. I will give you my life if that is the cost." The beast did not move. "You offer effort," he said, "but effort is not what you withheld." The father frowned, confusion tightening his brow. "I do not understand." "You took," the beast said, "not once, not from the world, but from those bound to you." The word struck harder than any blow. "I did what was necessary," the father said, his voice sharpening. "I did what any man would do to provide." "For yourself," the beast replied. Silence stretched between them, heavy and exacting. "At the edge of the forest," the beast continued, "you were willing to trade what was not yours to trade, to place your daughters' lives forward, their years, their safety, their becoming, against your own reckoning." "I would never harm them," the father said at once. "Never." "And yet you would risk them," the beast said calmly. "Again." The father's arguments rose and fell, each one thinner than the last. He spoke of duty, of blood, of how families survived by sacrifice. The beast listened until the words exhausted themselves. "No," he said at last. "Families survive by restraint." The castle answered him with a low sound, like stone settling into stone. "You will return to them," the beast said. "You will tell them where you have been and what you offered in this place." The father's breath caught. "You will release me?" "For a time," said the beast. "Not because you are owed mercy, but because the choice must be made in daylight, not shadow." The father looked up sharply. "What choice?" "One of your daughters may come here willingly," the beast said, "in your place." "And if they refuse?" the father said. "Then you will return," the beast replied, "and remain." The terms were simple, clean, unyielding. No threat lay beneath them. No persuasion softened their edge. The beast did not ask for obedience. He asked for truth. The father bowed his head. Relief flooded him, hot and immediate, drowning out everything else. He did not yet understand what he was being sent back to carry. Not a demand, but a mirror, that his debts had never ended with him. They had always been paid by others. The father returned at dusk, not at night, when explanations might be postponed, nor in the clear authority of morning, but in that hour when light and shadow blur together, and certainty feels unkind. His coat was torn. His face was drawn. He looked at first glance like a man who had been spared. Belle saw him from the window before he reached the door. She did not run. She set aside what she was doing and waited, her heart steady, her mind already attentive. When he crossed the threshold, the house seemed to tighten around him, as though bracing itself. Her sister reached him first. She cried out softly, rushed forward, pressed her face against his chest. He held her with relief that bordered on desperation, his hands trembling as he smoothed her hair. "I am home," he said, again and again, as though repeating it might secure the truth of it. Belle watched. Only when he looked up and saw her did his expression change. Not soften exactly, but shift, as though he had reached the part of the story that required care. "You have grown thinner," he said. "Both of you." "We have managed," Belle replied gently. They sat by the fire as they had so many times before. He warmed his hands, though the room was already warm. He accepted bread and soup, though he ate little. He spoke first of the road, then of the storm, then of how close the wolves had come. At the mention of them, Belle's gaze sharpened. "They did not harm me," he said quickly. "They drove me forward, as if I were meant to go where I went." Her sister shivered. "Where was that?" The father hesitated. Just long enough. "A place," he said. "An old place. A castle deep in the forest." Belle said nothing. "There was a master of that place," he continued. "A beast." Her sister gasped. "A beast?" "Yes," the father said. "Fearsome at first glance, but not without reason, not without law." He spoke then of the castle's power, its rules, its strange mercy. He did not speak of his own choices. He did not speak of the rose until Belle asked. "What did you take?" she said quietly. He startled. "Nothing of value." Belle waited. "A flower," he amended. "A rose. It was nothing. A mistake." "And the cost?" she asked. The father sighed deeply, as though burdened by forces beyond him. "He was angry, justly so, but he did not strike me. He did not imprison me as he might have." Her sister leaned forward. "Then why are you here?" He looked at her then, full and direct. "Because he is not cruel," he said. "Because he understands families." Belle felt the shape of the words before she understood their meaning. "He allowed me to return," the father continued, "so I might put things in order, so that nothing would be decided in haste." "In order for what?" Belle asked. The father rubbed his face, dragging his hands downward as though smoothing something away. "There is a debt," he said, "one that must be answered. But there is time. We will think carefully, together." Her sister's breath quickened. "What kind of debt?" The father reached for her hand, holding it firmly. "Do not trouble yourself. I would never allow harm to come to you." Belle noticed what he had not said. "And me?" she asked. He turned to her at once, too quickly. "You are strong," he said. "You have always been." The fire cracked softly. "The beast believes," the father went on, "that some wrongs cannot be settled by gold or labor alone. The presence has weight, that loyalty." "Whose presence?" Belle asked. He smiled then, faintly, wearily. "My dear, there is no demand, only possibility, one that will never come to pass." Her sister exhaled, relief flooding her face. "Then there is nothing to decide." The father nodded. "Nothing at all." Belle did not nod. She sat very still, her joy undiminished but sharpened now into something precise. She saw, suddenly and clearly, how the story had been arranged, how fear had been wrapped in gentleness, how obligation had been softened into suggestion, how the future had been placed quietly on the table without being named. Later that night, when the house slept, Belle lay awake. She thought of the wolves who had not attacked, of the castle that had closed its gates, of the beast who had spoken plainly when others had not. She rose before dawn, and while no decision had yet been spoken aloud, the path ahead had already begun to take shape beneath her feet. Belle did not wake with sorrow. she woke with clarity. The house was still, the kind of stillness that comes just before morning chooses its shape. Pale light rested along the edges of the room, not yet claiming it. Outside, the fields lay quiet, holding their breath. Belle dressed slowly. She chose no finery, no token meant to soften what she intended. She dressed as she always did, simply, comfortably, as herself. She braided her hair and tied it back with a ribbon worn soft by years of use. Around her shoulders, she wrapped a cloak heavy enough for travel, light enough for movement. Before she left her room, she paused, not to hesitate, but to look. She had learned long ago that love did not require clinging, that gratitude did not require staying. She carried the house with her not in objects, but in understanding. Downstairs, the fire had burned low. The embers glowed steadily, patient and awake. Belle knelt and stirred them gently, coaxing warmth back into the room so that when her father and sister woke, they would not wake cold. She set her water near the hearth, laid out bread, left small kindnesses in plain sight. Then she wrote a note, not long, not pleading, only this: I have gone to answer what was spoken aloud and what was not. Do not follow, do not fear. I am not lost. She folded it carefully and placed it where her father would see it first, not hidden, not displayed, exactly where the truth belonged. At the threshold, she hesitated only long enough to listen. The house breathed. The forest waited. She stepped outside. The morning air was sharp and clean, scented with pine and damp earth. Frost traced the edges of the path, delicate as lace. Belle welcomed the cold. It sharpened her thoughts, brightened her senses. As she walked, the land seemed to recognize her. Birds stirred, branches shifted. The path that had once seemed uncertain revealed itself, not widened, but made honest. She moved without hurry, without dread, her steps sure. By the time the sun rose fully, she had reached the field's edge. Behind her, the house stood quiet and unchanged. Ahead, the forest opened. Belle did not look back, not because she felt no pull, but because she understood the difference between leaving and abandoning. Her father's sorrow, her sister's safety, her own becoming, none of these would be served by hesitation. She crossed beneath the first trees. The forest did not close around her. It accepted her. Light filtered through the bare branches, dappling the ground in shifting patterns. The air grew cooler, richer. Belle felt the wildness there, not as a threat, just as a presence. And then she heard it. Not close, not distant, a sound that carried weight rather than warning. Wolves. They did not circle her. They did not announce themselves with challenge. They moved alongside the forest's deeper rhythms, their awareness brushing against hers without touching. Belle smiled, just slightly. I know, she said aloud, to no one and to everything. She walked on. By the time the castle rose before her, its walls dark with age, its towers grown into the land itself, Belle felt neither fear nor triumph, only readiness. She stepped forward toward a place not meant to be softened, but understood. At the gates, which had closed behind her father, opened at her approach. Belle entered the castle without announcement. The gates closed behind her with certainty, and the sound echoed once through the stone walls before settling into quiet. The air was warm, carrying the scent of moss and old fire, of rain that had soaked into stone and never quite left. She stood still, not because she was afraid, but because listening mattered here. The castle was awake. It did not rush to accommodate her. Candles did not flare at her approach. Doors did not open themselves in welcome. Instead, the space adjusted slowly, almost imperceptibly, like an animal shifting its weight to better see who had come. Belle breathed in. This is a place that keeps its promises, she thought, and she liked it. She moved forward at her own pace, boots soft against the worn stone. Her joy remained within her, not bright and careless, but steady, like a held flame. She did not whistle, she did not hum. This was not a place for filling silence, it was a place for respecting it. The long hall opened before her, firelight low and constant. The table was set again, as it had been for her father. Food waited, untouched. The rose stood at the center, its petals dark and velvety, its thorns untrimmed. Belle did not reach for it. She sat instead, folded her hands in her lap, and waited. The sound came then, the same sound her father had heard, though it met her differently. The measured shift of something large, the quiet certainty of presence. The beast emerged from the shadows. He did not rush. He did not hide. He stepped into the firelight and stopped several paces away. His form was massive and furred, crowned with horns worn smooth by time. His eyes rested on her, keen and ancient, searching not for weakness, but for truth. "You are not afraid," he said. It was not a question. Belle lifted her chin slightly. "No." The beast studied her for a long time. "You should be," he said. "Perhaps," Belle replied, "but I am not." Something in the air shifted, not resistance, interest. "You know why you're here," the beast said. "Yes," Belle said. "And why you let my father go." The beast inclined his head once. He spoke. "He spoke carefully," Belle said, "as he always does." Silence stretched between them, not empty, but full. "You come willingly," the beast said. "I do," Belle answered, "but not because I am offered." The beast's gaze sharpened. "Explain." Belle stood. She did not move closer. She did not retreat. She stood exactly where she was, her presence clear and unyielding. "My father measures costs by what others will carry," she said. "You named that truth. I have come to prevent it from being carried again." The fire shifted, responding. "You would place yourself in that balance," the beast said. "You would live here, under my rule." "Yes." "And you do not bargain?" he asked. Belle smiled then, not brightly, not sweetly. It was a joy that had nothing to do with submission. "I am not here to bargain," she said. "I am here to end a pattern." The beast considered her. Outside the walls, the forest held its breath. "You will not flatter me," he said. "You will not soften what I am?" "No," Belle agreed, "nor will I fear it." The beast took one step closer. "You will be free to leave this place," he said, "if you wish." "I know," Belle said, "but I will stay." "Why?" he asked. Belle did not answer at once. She looked around the hall, stone worn by centuries, vines threading patiently through cracks, a fire that burned without waste. She thought of wolves that guided without harming, of a house where truth bent love until love itself became dangerous. "Because this place tells the truth," she said at last, "and because I do not wish to live where truth is endlessly rearranged." The beast studied her for a long moment. Then he turned. "Come," he said. "There is much you have not yet seen." He did not offer his hand. Belle followed anyway. And as they walked deeper into the castle, wildness and joy moving side by side without conquest, The ancient walls, which had known many forms of silence, began to learn a new one. Not peace, but honesty. The days that followed did not announce themselves as kindness. They simply arrived. Morning came without urgency. Light filtered through high windows and settled where it pleased, warming stone that had not known warmth for a long time. Bells did not ring. Voices did not summon. The castle did not require Belle's attention in order to function. That alone was a relief. She woke when her body told her to wake. She dressed without haste. When she stepped into the halls, food was waiting, plain and nourishing. Bread still warm, fruit cut cleanly, tea that had tasted faintly of herbs and earth. No one watched her eat. No one asked if she was grateful. The beast did not appear at every meal. Some days he joined her, sitting across from the table, the quiet presence of someone accustomed to solitude. Other days he did not, and no explanation was offered. At first, Belle found herself listening for tension. It took time to realize there was none. The rules of the castle revealed themselves gradually. Doors that were closed remained closed. Doors that were open stayed open. Nothing here shifted its terms without warning. If something could not be done, it simply was not done. If something was permitted, it was permitted fully. There were boundaries, but they did not move. Belle explored. She found a library whose shelves bowed beneath the weight of old books, their pages thick and uneven, filled with observations of weather, stones, stars, and the slow turning of seasons. She found rooms, half grown, half wild, where ivy had been allowed to claim corners and light pooled on the floor like water. There were gardens, too, not manicured, not tamed. Paths curved where roots insisted. Herbs grew where they would. Bees moved freely. The garden did not exist to be admired. It existed to live. Belle laughed there once. The sound surprised her. It echoed lightly, then disappeared, as if absorbed by leaves and soil. No one commented. No one asked why she laughed. She began to sleep deeply. Not the sleep of exhaustion, but the kind that restores without demand. Dreams came, but they did not clutch at her. She woke rested, her thoughts clear. The beast watched all of this from a distance. He did not intrude upon her days. He did not ask her to perform cheer or gratitude. When they spoke, it was often in the evening, seated by the fire, the space between them generous and unclaimed. They spoke of ordinary things, of weather, of the habits of animals, of how stone remembered heat longer than wood, of why certain rules existed and others did not. Belle spoke freely. She did not measure her words, she did not soften her thoughts. When she disagreed, she said so. When she wondered aloud. The beast listened. Sometimes he answered. Sometimes he did not. Silence here was not punishment. It was space. One evening, Belle realized she had not thought of her father all day. The realization did not bring guilt. It brought relief. She understood that rest was not forgetting. It was the absence of constant readiness, the knowledge that nothing terrible would happen if she allowed her attention to drift. She was safe here, not because the world had grown smaller, but because it had become trustworthy. Outside the castle walls, the forest continued its ancient work. Wind moved through branches, snow melted slowly into the earth. Wolves passed along distant paths, their presence felt but not required. Belle did not think of them often now. Their work, for the moment, was done. That night, as she extinguished the lamp and lay beneath the heavy blankets, Belle felt something unfamiliar and welcome settle into her chest. Not happiness, permission, and in the quiet of a place that did not ask her to hold everything together, Belle finally rested. Time moved differently in the castle, not slower exactly, more honestly. Days no longer felt like obstacles to be cleared or duties to be endured. They unfolded with a steadiness that made room for thought. Belle found herself speaking when she wished, and silent when she did not, without either choice carrying consequence. It was during one of these unremarkable evenings that the beast spoke, more than usual. They sat by the fire, not facing one another directly, but angled, each able to look away without seeming dismissive. The flames moved quietly, steady, and contained. "You ask fewer questions now," the beast observed. Belle considered this. "I think I'm asking better ones." He nodded. "That happens when fear steps aside." She glanced at him then. "You are not what I expected." The beast did not smile. "Nor are you." Belle warmed her hands on her cup. "Most places require something of you before they let you rest." "Yes," he said. "This one requires only that you tell the truth." "That is nothing," Belle replied. "No," the beast agreed. "It is everything." They fell quiet again, the silence easy. Later, Belle spoke of her childhood, not in confession, not in complaint, but as one might speak of weather that had shaped the land. She spoke of a house once full and later careful, of a father who loved deeply and chose poorly, of learning early how to read rooms, how to sense when words were being arranged instead of spoken. The beast listened without interruption. When she finished, he only said, "You learned to carry weight that was not yours." Belle shrugged lightly. "Someone had to notice." "Yes," he said, "and someone else should have stopped." She met his gaze then, surprised not by judgment but by understanding. "And you?" she asked. "Were you always this?" The beast leaned back, the firelight catching in the rough planes of his face. "No," he said. "I was once louder, less careful. I believed power meant motion." "What changed?" Belle asked. "The cost," he replied. "Not to me, to others." He did not elaborate. Belle did not press. They spoke then of smaller things, of books she had found, of rooms he had sealed and why, of the way the castle responded to neglect and how it required maintenance not through force, but attention. "You treat this place like a living thing," Belle said. "It is," the beast answered simply, "and it remembers how it is treated." Belle smiled at that. As the evening waned, the beast stood. "You may walk the upper gardens tomorrow," he said, "if you wish." "I wish," Belle replied. He inclined his head and left her there, not abruptly, not ceremoniously. Alone by the fire, Belle realized something quietly astonishing. She had not been performing goodness. She had not been proving worth. She had simply been herself, and it had been enough. That night, as she slept, the castle held its silence carefully, like something precious and newly trusted. The castle settled into a rhythm that did not ask to be noticed. Days passed, marked not by bells or commands, but by light shifting across stone, by meals that appeared without ceremony, and by the gentle persistence of ordinary care. Belle found herself walking the same paths each morning, not because they were required, but because her body had learned them. She tended the gardens with no sense of urgency. Some days she pruned, some days she only observed. The plants did not seem to mind either way. Growth here was patient. The beast remained present without hovering. He did not test her loyalty. He did not demand gratitude. When he spoke, it was with the same restraint that governed the castle itself. When he was silent, it was not withdrawal, but trust. They ate together often now, not always facing one another. sometimes side by side, sometimes with a book between them, each reading their own page, and fire keeping time. Belle noticed that she no longer rehearsed conversations in her mind. She did not plan what she might say if asked the wrong question. No one here rearranged her words before she spoke them. This was new. One afternoon, as rain moved steadily across the windows, Belle felt a familiar tightening in her chest. Not fear, not sadness, but memory. She thought of her sister folding linen by the fire, of her father sitting too long in silence, waiting for relief to arrive instead of making room for truth. She realized she had not worried about them in days. The realization was gentle, but it carried weight. That evening, Belle spoke. "I would like to see them," she said simply. The beast did not respond at once. He stood near the window, watching rain thread its way down the glass. When he turned, there was no anger in his expression, only recognition. "You may," he said. No conditions followed, no warnings, no attempt to persuade her otherwise. "I will return," Belle added, not as a promise extracted, but as a truth she felt. The beast inclined his head. "I know." The forest did not resist her passage this time. The path opened as it had before, honest and direct. Belle walked with the same steady joy she had always carried, but now it was unburdened. She did not feel as though she were leaving safety behind. She felt as though she were bringing it with her. The house looked smaller when she returned. Not diminished, simply unchanged. Her sister cried when she saw her, then laughed through tears, then scolded her gently for leaving without a word spoken aloud. Belle accepted all of it with warmth, letting the reactions pass without absorbing their urgency. Her father watched her carefully, too carefully. He spoke of relief, of gratitude, of how fortunate they had been. He spoke of how close he had come to despair and how her return had lifted him. Belle listened. She noticed what he did not ask. He did not ask how she had lived. He did not ask what the beast was like. And he did not ask whether she had been afraid. He asked only when she might leave again. That night, Belle lay awake beneath a roof that once felt like shelter and now felt like something else. Not unsafe, simply restless. She understood then what the castle had given her. Not escape, but perspective. In the morning, she embraced her sister. She kissed her father's cheek. She did not argue. She did not accuse. There was nothing to prove. When she turned back toward the forest, her steps were lighter. The castle welcomed her return without ceremony. The beast was waiting, not at the gates, but deeper within, as though he had never doubted the outcome. "You came back," he said. "Yes," Belle replied, "because this is where I tell the truth." Something ancient loosened then. Not the spell yet, not the change, but the readiness for it. The days that followed were quieter still. They spoke less and understood more. Belle moved freely through the castle now, not as a guest, not as an offering, but as a presence that belonged. The beast found himself listening for her footsteps without realizing he was doing so. One evening, as the autumn edged toward winter, Belle fell ill. Not gravely, not dangerously, but enough. The beast sat near her chamber, listening to her breathing. The fire kept low and steady. He did not touch her. He did not call for magic or demand intervention. He waited. Belle woke to find him there. "You stayed," she murmured. "Yes," he said. She studied him, her gaze clear, even in weakness. "You always do." The words settled into the stone. It was not love that broke the spell. It was recognition. When the change came, it was quiet. No thunder, no spectacle. The beast stood one moment as he had always been, furred and horned and bound by restraint. The next, he was a man shaped by the same discipline, the same attentiveness, the same refusal to displace cost. The castle breathed out. Vines loosened, windows brightened. The walls did not lose their age, only their tension. Belle did not gasp. She smiled. Not because he was transformed, but because he was unchanged where it mattered. They did not speak of endings. They spoke of mornings, of gardens, of how winter could be kind when met properly. Far beyond the walls, the forest continued its watch. The wolves did not appear again. They were no longer needed. And Belle, who had once carried joy as armor, now carried it as rest. In the seasons that followed, Belle did not disappear. She sent word when the light changed, when the garden rested, when the air softened or sharpened. Not often, and not urgently, but honestly. She answered when she was asked, and no longer before. Her sister wrote back more than she spoke, small observations, ordinary moments, news that did not require solving. Belle read each letter by the fire and held them with care, without letting them pull her away from the life she was building. As for her father, she learned to love him without standing in front of him. She no longer rearranged the truth so he could bear it. She no longer softened her own clarity to protect his comfort. When she spoke to him, she spoke plainly, and when she was silent, it was not punishment, it was space. The distance did not break their bond. It changed its shape. Belle learned that love could exist without constant vigilance, that care did not require proximity, that stepping back was sometimes the only way to stop a pattern from continuing its quiet work. The castle remained a place of order and warmth. The garden grew wild in its chosen places and tame where it mattered. The days moved forward, steady and unremarkable, which was a kind of grace all on its own. And sometimes, far beyond the walls, when the forest shifted and the air felt newly honest, Belle sensed the wolves moving through the trees, not watching, not guarding, passing through. She smiled then, knowing what she had learned at last, that love does not mean carrying what was never yours to hold, and that choosing peace is not abandonment, it's arrival. The castle is quiet again. The fire has burned low, just enough light to soften the stone walls, just enough warmth to hold the night at bay. Somewhere deep within the old halls, a clock marks the hours softly, steady and patient, as if time itself has decided to rest. The air is warm, still, safe. Outside, the forest breathes, leaves settle, an owl calls once, then listens. Far beyond the trees, the world continues on, but it feels very far away now. You let your body soften, the way it does when nothing is being asked of you. Shoulders sinking, jaw unclenching, breath slowing, finding its own rhythm again. This is the kind of quiet that comes after truth has been spoken, after running has ended, after the door has closed gently behind you. Somewhere nearby, someone you love sleeps. A small sigh, a shift beneath the blankets, the sound of a dream turning over. You smile without trying. The day that began with sharp edges has folded itself into something kinder. The wildness is settled. The watchful guardians have stepped back. Nothing needs fixing now, only resting. You think briefly of all the mornings that will come, of warm cups and soft light, of voices you know by heart. of love that shows itself not in grand gestures, but in staying. The thought drifts through you like warmth through stone. Breathe in, slow and deep. Breathe out, even slower. The world feels smaller now, in the best way, contained, held, as if the night itself has drawn a blanket close around you. Tomorrow will arrive when it's ready. The fire will be stirred, the path will open again, and whatever waits beyond the gates, you will meet it with steadiness, with courage, with a heart that knows where it belongs. For now, there's nothing to do. The story fades, the castle fades, thoughts loosened and drift like clouds crossing a quiet sky. You let go of the day, of the weight, of everything but warmth in your chest, and the gentle rise and fall of your breath. Breathe in, hold, breathe out, let it all go. You are safe, you are loved, and you are home. And as the last light settles into darkness, sleep gathers you in. The night keeps watch. Your breath is slow and easy. Sleep now, dear one. You are safe. You are loved. You have been listening to Nicki Cozy Stories, written and read by Nicole T. Woodard. May your dreams be gentle and your sleep be deep.